How is everyone doing tonight? Catch 'em all collectibles here, and we have Catch 'em all collectibles senior in the
Hello.
house tonight. Um, Plan as always, fortnightly live stream. Not solo tonight though. We're gonna go as long as we've got questions. We do have a backlog. We've got like 14 questions that came in before. I teased this live stream in my last couple of videos. So my dad is here. Ask away with your questions. I can't promise that I will get to everything, but I will try. And we got people saying, hi, Dad. Nice to see you. Navi Station, Ivy, Thrifty, Grimer, Skya, Sean, Garen. We got tons of people in here. But we're going to hop right into it. There are some questions that came in a couple hours ago, so I don't want those to expire. Seblo Bubbleman says, top signal, let's go. Mr. James ZNG Emporium. Oh no, my gifted memberships are gonna cover my dad's face. I appreciate the 10 gifted Java, but I honestly might have to disable that tonight just so that my dad's not getting covered the whole night. Or maybe I can move it. Let me see. Let me move it on the fly. But yeah, let me start my dad with a question, and then I'll try to get the lawnmower not covering my dad's face. So does Dan's dad have anything that he's invested in that's returned at a higher rate than his Pokemon?
Some equipment.
What
A backhoe.
So you want to talk through a little bit, just to give a little bit of background on what you do and what you mean when you say like some equipment. My dad, I feel like I've talked about it in some live streams, but I've been on so many and I've done so many Discord calls, I can't remember. I feel like I've talked about how he's a welder, fabricator, but yeah, take us through like some of your best heavy equipment flips that you've done. Oh God, my chair's breaking.
We can weld that. Just buying equipment, backhoes, skid steers. I'll buy something and then I'll use it. Usually buy something I need, and then I'll use it for a few years and turn around and usually double my money on them. So I bought a backhoe before and used it 5 or 6 years and sold it for 20, and just other man lifts and stuff like that. Usually stuff I need. So if I don't sell it and make money on it, I still make money because I'm not renting it or buying it. It's something just sitting there.
I've definitely talked to, like, growing up, we kind of live in the woods still, but we had access to hundreds of acres of farmland, and growing up we had dirt bikes and mopeds and snowmobiles, and a lot of those things he'd buy. Sometimes he'd put a little bit of sweat equity into them, and then a couple of years use, and sometimes selling at a profit. Unfortunately, we don't work in a space with so much utility like an excavator or a dump truck or a snowmobile. But definitely his pallet gains are doing pretty well. Let me throw some of those up there. Do you want to run us through some of your numbers? Because like pallet 1, after a year, we're up 145%. Pallet 2, we're up 100% after about 6 months. Any like numbers you can give? Any specific? I bought something for 1,000, sold it for, just to put some numbers to it.
Biggest thing's probably a man lift I bought. I bought for 500. Used it for probably 7-8 years and sold it for 5,000. So basically I saved thousands by having it, and then made 4,500. That's probably one of the biggest things I guess I made. You figure how much that made, 10 times what I paid for it.
Solid 10x while getting some use out of it.
Solid 10x and kept me from being on ladders.
Yeah, if you figure the cost it would have been to rent those things in the meantime, or buying one new, dealing with all the depreciation, that's quite the gain. Haven't quite seen that in Pokemon yet. But thanks Ditto Faction for the question. Another question from Ditto Faction a couple hours before the stream went live. How often does he or has he ever ripped booster packs?
Never and never. Till tonight.
Until tonight. We do have some prismatic evolutions, so maybe my dad will pull a god pack tonight. We'll see if we get there. We'll see if he wants to rip any packs. Talk about this though. You have opened a little bit.
I have ripped that. Some Metazoo.
Some people are gonna cringe at that thought that he's got a son doing full-time Pokemon. I've never made him open Pokemon, and then I've made him open Metazoo multiple times. There's probably some jokes to be had there about how I couldn't move the Metazoo and I had to pawn it off on my dad.
Well, they showed up. They could, we could open them. The other ones were we said we wouldn't open. We wouldn't touch it for 5 years. So technically, we couldn't open anything on that pallet.
Yeah, he's got some. He sent me a picture the other day. His mom, my grandma, she was over, and he had her ripping some Metazoo too. So both my grandparents have been ripping some of the Metazoo. We've been working on the attrition through those $3 booster boxes. Appreciate everyone being here. Garens are lurking. A lot of familiar names. We got Skya. Grimer wants to know. It's kind of a meme on my channel.
Oh.
I buy most of my meat from Walmart. We don't have amazing butchers around here, and Walmart just has a selection that can't be beat.
Thoughts on it? It's probably fine.
Yeah.
My nephew, I just did a bunch of work on a new house he built, and he raises beef, so Walmart really doesn't compete with that kind of beef. Another friend that I work with that does a bunch of stuff like I do and runs a farm and stuff. I can get meat from him, and when we probably bought meat from Walmart in different places and stuff, but I'm more apt to buy a quarter of a cow or something, or half a pig or something.
Yeah, we went in years ago. We went in on a cow once. One of his buddies, and then we like split a whole cow or half cow. I can't remember. My issue is like I eat ribeyes. My wife eats tenderloins, and unfortunately, they haven't modified the DNA of a cow to be 100% ribeye yet. So until they do that, I probably won't buy another entire.
A lot of Hamburg.
Yeah. How insulted is Senior when Dan says he got his work ethic from him?
Compliment.
Mr. Walrus is one of the. I mean, you can tell by the username. He's got a Bidoof avatar, which is one of the funny Pokemon, and then his name is Mr. Walrus. You can tell he's one of our resident fun guys in the chat. Doing cards says hi, Papa Ketchum. The day is indeed here, Spat. Feel free to drop your questions in chat. Nice to see you hanging out. Let's see. So Ethan, what is your favorite modern set Papa Ketchum? You probably know now since you heard the answer to the question that I haven't had him open Pokemon before. He probably doesn't have much of a favorite set. The pack I have in front of us, maybe this will have to be by default his favorite and least favorite set.
As of right now.
So yeah, the only one that he will have had exposure to is Prismatic Evolutions. You remember meeting Ponga?
Yeah. So I think so.
I think he's met 2 people in the hobby. One time, Nick, old school Pokemon, and I were going out to. He was here visiting. He came and did a live stream with me. And we happened to go to one of the local bars. We wanted to go get a couple of beers and wings, and walking out entirely unplanned. My dad and one of his buddies were walking out from the same place we went. So he met Nick, he met Old School, and then I had to drop my dog off before we went down to New Jersey. So he met Ponga briefly as well. Here we go. Here's a good question from Navi Station. How did your son convince you into all this mess? How did you? So the genesis of investing in Pokemon. How did that come about?
Just from us talking about it. When you're at the house and stuff like that, we talk about, you tell me how it's going and stuff. And we just were talking about how it's going. And I said sometime, I guess it was if you ever want to buy some, and I'll just do it. We just decided we'll do like 50-50. Whatever you want to do, I'll do. And I guess financially I'm in a position. Dan's got himself in the position. And if you're going to invest in anything, you invest in your own business. Absolutely. So yeah, just conversations we have at the house, and we've had for quite a long time now and stuff. Obviously, since he got done being an engineer and stuff. So I figured if good place to try, invest.
Do you remember back on? I remember it was on the Mega Bus down to a Rangers game. We used to go to. Well, we went to a Rangers game again this year. We restarted that tradition of an annual Rangers game.
Started a new tradition too.
You remember what?
Closing.
Yeah.
Closing the bars.
Do you remember when I was talking about the $5,000 PSA 10 base first Charizard and like the $10,000 base set first edition booster box?
Yeah.
That was That was back in the day. That was a while back. But unfortunately, I didn't take the leap on it personally. I don't know why the prices keep dying on the spreadsheet, but I appreciate you, um, Ponga gifting the 5 memberships. We got the lawnmower going. Appreciate you. Put a pack on the pallet on me. So 1 pack from Ponga. Not many sets that you can have for $5 a pack these days, but I will find a spare Scarlet Violet base pack kicking around, and I will put a little sticky note on it that says that one's from Ponga. But yeah, like one thing I see when I'm looking at these numbers on the pallets is like it's done so much, and it's probably gonna come up multiple times tonight. But what could have been? Hindsight is 2020. Obviously, it could be a lot more than it was if I had started investing earlier, if he had started investing earlier. But can't be mad with what we've done either. No. So can't look in the background.
Somebody wants to know where babies come from.
Yeah, we're probably not going to take every single question tonight. We'll take most of the serious ones that are relatively related.
The only 2 I know of came from Dan's mom.
Does Dan pitch "Trust Me, Bro" or "Data" to senior catch 'em all? So like when I tell you, remember when I called you recently and I'm like, hey, I've got these. I kind of talked about this in one of the recent videos, but Sword and Shield was kind of doing some crazy thing. I called him and I'm like, hey, do you want to buy into half of this? I didn't really get into the nitty gritty of like it's Astral Radiance, it's Evolving Skies, it's this, that. I kind of was just like, I guess I'm kind of answering this for him, but more of like a trust me, bro. I've been in this 11 years. I kind of know what I'm doing. Hopefully we don't get wrecked, but if we get wrecked, we'll get wrecked together, I guess. But mostly it's a passive involvement from him, and I'm like the active fund manager, if you want to make that analogy, which is kind of scary to make.
Yeah, Dan has 2 reasons to do good because he's investing the same as I am, and it's his business. So there's another reason, and hopefully someday it's all stuff that'll be left to him and his sister and the grandkids and stuff. So there's another reason to have it come out good, or hopefully hope it comes out good.
There you go. Dad, DeWalt or Milwaukee? He's repping the shirt. Yeah,
they're both great. They're both great. I'm a DeWalt guy, but Milwaukee's great. They're both great. They'll both any professional that says they couldn't get by with either one, kind of just whatever. They like yellow better. I like green better, but I don't have the tool that goes with green. So
not the stereotype, but I think in the Pokemon space we probably have a lot of people that aren't super handy and probably don't really know the analogy. But DeWalt to Milwaukee, consider PSA to CGC to BGS, but not quite as drastic. Maybe it's more like CGC to Tag to BGS, more of the lower tier ones. But yeah, I don't even know fully. I guess I've got all the hand-me-down Craftsman stuff that he gave me a while back.
That was good. There's a lot of stuff like that.
Dan looks like the great value version of his dad.
I take that as a compliment.
I'm assuming this one's made up, but we'll verify. Dan, I gave your dad a cigarette at a bar in New Orleans in 1983. Does he remember me?
Never.
Have you ever been to New Orleans?
2 things. Never smoked a cigarette, actually, and never been to New Orleans. So maybe in a dream.
If you had said a different location, New Orleans lost it for you. So, let's see. Appreciate you, Brown CLM, for being here. Stork Step says, I'm new to investing. Pokemon or the Roth first. So you know about me. I gotta flash the buckets on screen. I'm very much a big. You want to talk? I think you know context a little bit of like what the buckets are for me.
Yeah.
401ks, IRAs. You want to talk a little bit like what do you do first before your Pokemon pallet bucket comes up?
Get out of debt.
Debt free.
I've always been about. I've never paid a loan to the end. About, and I mean, I don't mean I never. That might have came out from I've paid all my loans off completely. Always ahead of time, quite a bit ahead of time. I'm a big fan. I know, like now with interest rates on mortgages, I would definitely pay on that more than anything. That's guaranteed 7% money. When I borrowed I had 2 mortgages back 30 some years ago. They were both at 8%, so 6.5% actually isn't as bad as it sounds. 2 and 3% sounds great, but it's not really. Maybe it wasn't great. So I'm a big fan of getting out of debt first. If you're otherwise you're financing. I don't owe any money. I haven't in quite a few years. And if I did, regardless of what it was on, then I would be financing the pallets. Do that. Cash. It's cash that's better off being put into Pokemon, even if it was doing 5 or 10%. Then, I mean, obviously what it's doing is great, but just cash, it's going backwards.
Better than cash under the mattress, confirmed. Yeah. At least for now.
Some cash is good still. I always like to have a little cash.
We are getting a lot of questions. I'm already falling like a ways behind chat. We do have 14 questions that came in before. I will do my best to balance all of them. I'll probably take a couple questions quickly from beforehand. We'll go. So if your dad is down, I'd love a live stream video about his thoughts about you investing. Here it is. Kurt, I don't know if you're here, but the request for a video has come to fruition, and we are here. Congrats on all the success. I'm kicking myself for only buying 2 to 3 cases of each sword shield set to sit on long term. Wild to see the short-term price appreciation. Hindsight is 2020. That's just one. Obviously, it's not a question. I just wanted to highlight it. Like, I'm doing my best here to provide us the best returns as possible on the pallets. It's a lot easier. Knowing what we know now, I could construct the perfect investment pallet with hindsight, but we don't have that. So I'm just doing my best out here, and Dad is along for the ride. So let me move on to further questions. The Pokey Plumber. The Pokey Plumber out here. I need my dad to put more money in. I'm showing him this. He's trying to get his dad investing more, like mine is by the pallet. So shout out to Pokey Plumber. We'll see if this live stream in the previous videos help. Then there was 2 of them. I'll go over these ones quickly. 2 people talking about like liquidity. We had Joey and Ot. The people talking about liquidity. As of today, liquidity is easy if I needed to. So again, let me go back to the other pallet, the other screen. I can guarantee that I could liquidate these pallets at 80 to 90% of market value in this market. That doesn't mean that that's going to be the future market. We just talked about the buckets, my 401ks, IRAs, my dad having no debt. We don't and likely won't ever have the requirement to sell these things between now and 2030. But if we did in today's market, we could sell them very quickly. That could change at any point between now and then. Hopefully it doesn't. But as of today, we're doing really well. If we had to sell it 50% of market price, we're still up. Well, not significantly, but we're up a little bit. So we've got a lot of room. I'm confident in today's market we can move it for a really good premium, and we'll take it year by year. Maybe this will become an annual thing. Maybe it'll become more frequent than that. We'll see where the night takes us and where the coming years take us. I think the next one's finally a question. So that was a lot of comments. Okay. Appreciate the comments. Question for Dad. Was there a point as Dan was growing up where you would have predicted him to be an entrepreneur, and what was it that gave you that foresight, if so?
Yeah. I mean, I guess I always thought he was going to do good, regardless. I don't know, as far as business-wise or whatever he did for a job. Whatever I showed him in the garage, he picked up on. I taught him a bunch of stuff in the garage, and he could learn that. And then in his bedroom, he was changing the lasers on video games and stuff, and so he picked stuff up pretty easy. And anyone that's kind of can do stuff with their hands and their head is pretty much, I think, pretty good shape. That's anybody. I think right now anybody can do. There's a lot of opportunities.
Appreciate you, Pogo, for the question. Question for Dad: on a scale of 9 to 10, how disappointed are you in your son? That feels fairly loaded, Matt. That's a fairly loaded question. Scale of 9 to 10.
I don't know. No comment.
that one's pretty loaded. Here we go. Hot Singles TCG. Question for Dad: knowing what you know now, would you do the same investment if you had to source inventory at MSRP and or market price exclusively? So for anyone that didn't watch my previous videos, I am giving my dad access to, we're doing 4 cases, 2 cases each. We are setting back at my distro cost. So like Destined Rivals, we put that on the pallet at like $100, $100 a box. Obviously, unless you have distro yourself, you don't have access to that. But yeah, what are your thoughts? Like, obviously I'm giving you the advantage of the 11-year distro account that I have, but if you had to buy it at a more inflated price, like, would you go for it still?
That'd be your call.
He-
I wouldn't make that. I don't have to make that decision.
He's pretty much fully at the whim of what I decide to do.
Yeah.
And I actually, for pallet 3, if you watch that video, and then pallet 1, we actually built in May of 2024, all at once. You can see the market price at the time that we built it was 49,850. I sold them into it at like 90% or something, and I was selling some of those at like a slight loss, basically about what I paid for them. But he bought into this one actually at about 44 value. But these ones, and specifically 3, he bought in 84.5. That was at full market price essentially. He was buying Sword Shield cases that week as things were popping off. All these Scarlet Violet sets. His cost basis is $200 a box on Scarlet Violet. So again, I am the active fund manager. He's kind of at the whim of what his financial advisor, fund manager does with his Pokemon money. So yeah, he pallet 4 though, at least as of today, I'm trying to be more like distro cost, trying to get things at 70-80% where possible. So we'll see how that continues to pan out. Here's a good one. Mudkip Trader wants to know, question for Dad. I will be a dad in July. What is your best piece of advice for being a dad?
Take care of responsibilities. It's whatever you got to do. Make sure you take care of your kids and your wife and place to live and all that. That's a big responsibility. That comes before everything now. I worked a lot. Buy Pokemon.
Can you buy this with rent money? Can you put this on 30% credit cards before your rent's paid?
I'm a landlord, so pay your rent first. Pay your mortgage. If you can live with your parents, I lived with my parents for when his sister was born, and then when he was born, then I rebuilt a house over 8 months, and took on 2 mortgages, 2 kids, truck payment, business, all that. And it was always about, I wasn't there. I missed some stuff, but they were comfortable at night. There's always plenty of food. A safe place to grow up.
So the family bucket, the roof over your head, the food, all that comes before the Pokemon bucket. All you Pokemon investors out there, make sure you take that from tonight's live stream. Guy wants to know, this was earlier in office hours. Family barbecue. Who is the grill master? Dan or Dan's dad?
Both.
Both.
Yeah, we both do. I've probably grilled bigger stuff. Done some actually extremely large pigs and stuff and different stuff. So probably a little bit bigger stuff. But Dan barbecues probably more than I do now. He's got a pretty high tech smoker. I've got couple old smokers that I built. I still actually do with hickory wood and stuff. But as far as cooking, we both cook.
And years ago, we did on his custom offset smokers that he built, 250, 300. What was your biggest one? 275 or 375 gallon drum?
The biggest one is.
Was it?
It's bigger. Yeah, it's probably 4 or 5. Yeah.
400 or 500 gallon.
Gallon. Yeah, it's big. It'll handle a pig that dresses at 250, 275.
Yeah, we did.
It's pretty big.
A couple like benefits and a couple graduation parties. I was involved in some of those. I was not as involved in some of those, but definitely both solid at the grill, I think. Question for Dad. How does it feel as a father watching your son be so successful in his own lane and bringing you along with him on this pallet adventure?
Great. Fun. Having fun. I was looking forward to tonight.
More fun with
It's fun with the gains, but I'd be sitting here with a smile on my face.
That's what I was gonna ask.
If we lost, I guess financially I'm in a position where I could laugh about if we lost some money on it too. So maybe we wouldn't have bought as many more as we did probably already. We might not have bought other stuff.
Yeah. Pallet 3 probably wouldn't be as far. Well, pallet 3 is essentially done. It probably wouldn't be done if we were sitting at negative 50% on pallet 1.
It's easier to be happy when you're making money.
That's what I was going to ask you. So we're at 122 on value of pallet 1. If that was like 30 grand, where would we be at? What would we be?
We'd still be here talking about it. It wouldn't be as much fun.
Yeah.
But it would be fine if we weren't making money there. Then something else. I got some real estate and some other things, so maybe they'd be doing better. They're doing, I guess, most everything I got stuff into is doing okay. Um, so
Um,
still be having fun.
it-
We'd still be talking.
yeah. It is for both of us. It is extra money that we are willing, not wanting, but willing and able to lose. If and when it just evaporated, we would be fine. It wouldn't be the best day of our lives, but we would stay talking, and it would be fine. Um, did you make Dan hold the flashlight growing up?
Still, still do sometimes. Yes, and yes.
He's definitely the mechanically inclined, but I'm the helper. Like he's getting a new cell phone right now. I help fire up the electronics, get a new computer, get a new tablet, get a
Yeah.
new phone.
And I hold a flashlight.
Yeah.
The
So-
hypothetical.
Yeah.
Um,
But I
So, yeah,
definitely I learned a
definitely
lot. I learned a lot.
but then did stuff. I mean, today if he brings his car over for an oil change, he puts it on the lift. He changes the oil.
Mm.
I look around it. I check it over if there's any other, but they're guys pretty nice stuff, so it's not too bad now. The last car, I think we did it out in the driveway here, and it was the alternator, and I don't know if you needed a flashlight for that, but I changed the alternator. It was a little bit of a trick, but not
And there's some things that I've gone and I probably my first house I bought 12 years ago. It would have been more like this is my first house, something's breaking, something's going on that shouldn't be. I'd more call him over, hold the flashlight. These days though, in my current house, I've fixed entirely unsupervised, no flashlight being held. I fixed my washing machine. We had a sock or something get sucked in between the two drums. I disassembled that whole thing. I put in a new belt. I put in a new idler pulley. I have a new furnace in now that my dad mostly put it in, and I might have had a flashlight or two. But the old one, I put in a new hot surface igniter and a lot of skills that I picked up from the decades living with my parents and working with my dad. Were you gonna say something else? You good on that one?
No, I think we're good on.
Okay. Two more from prior. I just then we'll go back to the chat. I can't promise that I'll get everything, but I will do my best. In Dan's dad's own words, would love to hear his whole thought progression from when Dan first got into Pokemon to side hustling to where he is now, how Dad's take and opinion has shifted over the years, and how much of that is due to Dan's success and just the cultural zeitgeist. So like where Pokemon stands in the society today. So I'll break it down into chunks. Yeah. So what were your thoughts? And I don't even know how much you remember. So my dad talked about how I and he lived with my grandparents for a short while after I was born. And I when I graduated college, I actually, instead of going and I did have my own apartment out at college. But when I got done, I started working full time at the company where I did my internship between junior and senior year. And I've always been like a saver. I've always been like a buckets thing, anti-debt. So the first year after college, I actually lived with my parents, and my now wife was my girlfriend at the time, and she was in college anyways. So I'm like, let me just live with my parents. Year one, I paid off my student loans. Year two, I saved up a down payment for the house, and the 2013 is when I moved out. 2014 is largely when I got back into Pokemon. So I just wanted to like set the table with all that information. You want to talk through, like, I don't even know if he knows when I got back into it in like 2014. I wasn't living there, but yeah, do you remember much of like 2014 to 2020 when I was collecting? I was probably wearing some Pokemon shirts. You probably saw some
things. Yeah, you were talking about it some on this some. And then it was just getting to be better and better and more involved. And I remember, well, when you were finally getting close to where you decided to do it full time, or thinking about it, you were making as much for a while there. You was making as much selling Pokemon as you were as a chemical engineer. And then it got to where you made as much in 6 months doing Pokemon as you made as a chemical engineer. And I don't think you were like me. You weren't super happy at your job. I've done that a few times. So, yeah, the more you talked about it and stuff, and it was just doing better and better and better. And plus you're getting yourself out of debt. So it wasn't like you were walking away from a set job to, to take a big chance. Because you already kind of had your debt and stuff already gone, and your wife's got decent job, like you've talked about, I think in the past about
My sugar
your
mama.
sugar mama, my sugar daughter-in-law. And that helps. That's helped me a lot because Dan's mom, she works and she takes care of the benefits and stuff.
He's got a sugar mama too.
She takes care of the benefits, which is huge. Very important as you get a little bit older too. It makes a huge difference. And I can make the money. I can go out and can make a lot of money in a day, even still today. So having someone that can take care of the kids and do all that helps a lot. Obviously, benefits are huge, especially when you're self-employed.
Yeah, that's actually
a big deal.
I've talked about it in this live stream before. It's something like I'm very finance minded, Roth IRAs, 401ks, and like all the different finance topics. I think I'm really strong on early retirement, financial independence, FIRE. All those things are goals that I've had, things that I've read into. One big gap that I'm missing, if and when the day comes that my wife wants to retire early, and we've had this conversation some, is how healthcare would be taken care of. With younger kids, obviously it's more of a consideration. My dad talked about like getting older. It's more of a thing too. But I really need to look into that more in the coming years. How that would work. I know, like not to get political or anything, but like that's kind of dependent on who's in the White House. There are certain sides that are more like trying to have universal health care and other ones. And I'm largely ignorant of how it stands today and what it would even look like. Like if my wife quit tomorrow, we make enough money that we would figure it out. I don't know if it would cost us $2,000 a month, $10,000 a month. I don't think it would be that high, but I truly don't even know what it would look like. I know that it's doable, and I live in New York, and I think in New York it's more doable than like some random other state. But that's something that like I really need to look into more, because I truly, clearly I'm already out of the rat race, out of the 9-to-5 grind. I definitely am not gonna force my wife to continue in it till 65. So figuring those out in the coming years, definitely on my to-do list.
Was that the rest of the question about Pokemon stuff?
Oh yeah. So you talked about first got into Pokemon to side hustling to where I am now. So you kind of talked about the progression to where it like started to replace my income and then it surpassed my income. How Dad's take and opinion has shifted over the years and how much of that is due. So here's one. I didn't include it because the question was so similar, but I had multiple people additionally ask me like, what was your first thought when Dan said, and did Dan say, I quit my job, I'm done, I put in my 2 week, or did I give you like how much? I don't even remember exactly how much notice did I give you.
You were talking about it. I don't think you were super happy with your job, and you kind of enjoyed this, and it helped out because it was doing good. So as far as my thoughts on it, you're not quitting to not do. You had another job to go to. A job's a job. They all turn into jobs after a while. If you can do something you like to do, that's huge. I'm more and more gotten to where I do what I want to do every day, for the most part, but I still make pretty good money and got some apartments and stuff like that. Do pretty well.
One final question that came in before the live stream, and then I'll try to return. I'll try to not lose any question, but we've got a lot of them, and appreciate everyone being here. Got 91 people watching, hanging out, dropping questions. Appreciate everyone hanging out. Codes and Cards Pro. What career advice would you give to someone to just make the most money as quickly as possible? Legally, of course. We got that caveat in there. Genuine question, not trying to be snarky or anything. Is there a particular industry or job title or skill that is most worth pursuing? What's your thoughts on that?
I think there's a lot of them. Young people, if you want to get into trades and stuff, I think there's a lot in residential. A lot of it's just learning. Don't what trade should I learn? Learn them all. I literally do plumbing and electrical and heating and HVAC. I work with a guy. We did a boiler. We put a boiler in yesterday. I made like $700, but not a real hard day. He's probably watching, so he's probably thinking, oh, he's gonna want to cut my pay, but he knows better. Yeah, just learn everything you can. Invest in your guess invest in learning. And now it's with your phone and stuff. You can, if you don't know how to fix something, you can YouTube it. You can learn how to make money selling Pokemon cards on YouTube. Pretty sure. So you can learn how to fix your car and do a lot of things. So learn all the trades and then see what one you like. See what one you can make money at. Make a living mowing lawns, painting houses, fixing cars, everything, building houses, all that stuff. About the stuff that the big talk is what AI is going to get rid of. I'm not worried about AI at all. It's going to be a long time before I'll be done before AI takes my job or any of my jobs that I do. So just more learn, invest in yourself.
Yeah, I think a lot going back to high school, like there was a lot of push. You got to go to college, and I did go that route. I don't regret. Like I enjoyed most of my 10 years as a chemical engineer, but the freedom of being your own boss. My dad said earlier, he's been his own boss. He's his own boss today, but there's been some times where he's worked for other people too, and you never know where life's gonna take you. But I don't see it taking me back to working for someone else. Actually, all your siblings too, right? They're doing their own thing. Business owner, self-employed.
Yeah, a lot of construction and stuff like that.
Yep.
My dad he drove truck. He delivered bakery supplies for 30 years. Worked for the town for 12 or 15 years. But in the meantime, maintained his car, built his own house in the 70s. Year and a half working nights, weekends. Built his own house, and so knew how to do. He did the plumbing. Learned some of it. Knew a lot of it. Did a lot of different things, and worked into his. He's going to be 85 in September, and still getting around great. And he's worked. He worked up into his 70s because he wanted to. Not he wasn't forced to work.
We got Jonathan Flint in here who welded for years. Oh, let me so that was the final question from the questions that came in before. So we're not caught up with the live stream. We're gonna work on that. But yeah, I actually was recently on It Was Never a Phase Cards channel last week or 2 weeks ago. I forget now. And we had him on Pokeflips actually too last week, and he had welded in his past. We talked about that a little bit. I've run a couple beads in my days. I think we made some like bookends, and I probably welded on some forks or buckets, or I welded on a couple trailers.
Well, actually, there's someone I want to shout out to, Bob Eisenhut and his son, and he might even help me on some of his stuff. A local farm that I worked for years, and actually a great guy that taught me a lot of stuff about business. He was a great numbers guy and stuff, and a good friend and stuff. And he actually we talked last week, and he just texted me while we were talking here and said he sent me a picture of him and his son and watching. So he went to school with his son.
How's it going, Ian?
Just shout out to them guys.
John says when he was in school, trade school was a big push. I think it depends a lot on what school you go to. Where I went to high school, there was quite a few kids going to trades. But
what year was that?
John Flint, what approximate year are we talking?
Yeah, when trade school wasn't ever. I graduated in '86. Trade school in my little town, kind of a little bit ritzy town. Trade school wasn't a big push. Going to BOCES and stuff, I think they looked at more like a punishment or where the bad kids went. We had great. There was a lot of opportunities. I built a lot of stuff in BOCES and in shop class and stuff.
He's only 34. Highly dependent on where you go to school, right? Some schools, trades are probably more of a push. He's younger than me.
Oh, well, there's a 34. Then it's, I think he was somewhere where they're seeing it needs to. It's coming back around then a little bit. At least his school. A lot of schools I think are still not. They'll come around after they're forced to. When the people that are in charge can't get anybody to build their additions or work on their stuff, and they'll start pushing for trade schools a little bit more, I think, and get maybe shop classes open back up, and BOCES should be getting bigger and bigger, just for opportunity, and learn I guess more stuff in school as far as where you don't have to go out and take on debt and stuff to learn what you need, you want to learn.
John's from South Louisiana. And I'm currently in the live chat. I'm going to try to bounce between the live chat and try to get... I know I skipped a million questions. I'm going to try to get them all, but I try to stay in the live chat. Spat, yes, I am drinking some Juice Forces as we speak. Nice beverage. But yeah, let me scroll back up so that we don't lose. After like an hour, the questions actually expire. So I'm gonna try to not lose those. Here we go. Do you remember when Dan used to collect Pokemon and play Game Boy as a kid? What was the 90s craze like for you as a dad? That's actually a really interesting question.
Yeah, I remember him getting into Pokemon and stuff. That's what he'd want for
That Game Boy right there, the
yeah.
one. I had that one, the Kiwi
Oh,
green.
yep. Yeah, Dan played some video, not like crazy, but he definitely played some video games and stuff, and was into Pokemon. Um, but a lot of other stuff too. Like you said, we had snowmobiles and wheelers and stuff. So there's a lot of the kids were outside a lot. He grew up with his cousins and stuff. His mom babysat and stuff. So there was always cousins and best friend and stuff. I grew up with. Well, they were out at the pool and doing a lot of that stuff out. Wasn't inside all the time. Um, what was that? What was crazy like?
What was the 90s craze typo?
Oh, craze!
But yeah, do
Just
you
like
remember seeing on the news like 99 to 2001? It used to be on like the late night news, and I think there used to be some of the like Pokemon's evil and it's gonna turn your kids like it's the devil and a little bit
I
of
don't
that going
remember.
on.
I don't remember that too much. But you never were really into it. Like, wasn't like your life. You were into it, but you were into a lot of things,
Yeah.
and you played sports and you did a lot of stuff. So it wasn't like you were 20 hours a day into Pokemon, not sleeping.
One day I was sorting my Pokemon binder, and the other day I was sorting like my tackle box, my fishing tackle, and
Right,
all that.
right.
It wasn't. And the Game Boy was more. You probably remember like the Kiwi Game Boy, and then I had the worm light that people in chat might remember. Me in the back seat of the car late at night, us going to camp or rainy day at camp. Probably remember me
I
playing
remember
that
that.
some.
Yeah, but not. Yeah, not like crazy though. Not. I don't
President Whale Cabal says, "How do you like your chicken wings?" We actually just had some chicken wings earlier
know.
tonight for dinner.
I like them all different kind. Hot, garlic, a lot of different flavors. There was one other there. What was the other one up there? Um,
Oh yeah. I
it,
missed this one.
when my friends ask if I do, I tell them yes, I actually do. I said every once in a while I'll go to the local VFW or Legion, and it's usually the same. There might be some of them people, possibly if he's out there watching, might be out watching. And actually, I don't know if you watch with his son. Actually, someone else that Dan grew up with. I was telling him I do talk about it. I talk about it in front of a bunch of people, and I tell them that I'm invested in it. And it's doing pretty good, and yeah, I'm not. Doesn't matter. I invest in all kinds of different things, and you know, invest in Dan's business, I guess. This and it's just turned around to being doing pretty good. So
He's not ashamed.
no,
He wears it. He wears it proudly.
yeah, I'd wear a. I don't know if I have a
He's
Pokemon.
here on a live stream.
I
So
don't know if I have a Pokemon shirt or not. I actually had one. Your mom was telling me that I had one I could have wore. I'm a fan of DeWalt. Maybe DeWalt will send me some stuff.
here we go. Father Dan. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being occasional Miller Lite, 10 being you tuck your t-shirts into your shorts, how much of a stereotypical dad are you?
Don't drink beer. Drink it. What is this?
High noon?
High noon. Actually, I'm
Yeah.
not a beer drinker. Jack and Coke. More of a mixed drinker. I've never been. I never. I wish I liked beer. I just don't drink a beer, and I just burp it up for the next hour. I'm not a fan, and I wish I did. It seems like there's a lot more opportunities and stuff. But as far as tucking my t-shirt and my shorts, I really don't do that. My belly was a little smaller. I might. You can't really see that on here, but not really a big shirt tucker and stuff. That's why I like these. These actually, this shirt here, I just got them at the local Lowe's or whatever. They had a sale on the DeWalt ones, and they're kind of a nice breathing one, and they dry when you sweat and stuff like that. So, yeah, I'm not. I don't know, stereotypical.
I'm trying to think of like a sitcom dad that would be
Like
equivalent.
me.
But I wouldn't say he's a super like I wouldn't put him high on that scale. I wouldn't say he's like a super. I think I'm more of that dad. I'm more of like the wearing the super dad shoes. You wear like do you still
I
wear
wear.
Nikes? For a long time you
I
wore
haven't.
Nike
I wear.
Cortezes. That's what I used to wear
I
too.
wear most of the time. I wear boots, work boots a lot, and even because I can work all day. I could literally go for a run and work boots. if I had to. I'm just so used to them, and I wear pretty good ones.
He wears like stuff that's like
But I wear
in fashion these days. Like, isn't
Yeah,
Champion
I
like
wear-
fashionable and Carhartt and
I wear Carhartt. Most of my work clothes are Carhartt.
Tim the Toolman Taylor? Someone says.
No, I'm a little
Not so
as
klutzy.
far as quality. Yeah, I've never really had any of them. I can't say I've never had any mishaps, but not daily or monthly or whatever.
Okay, I think I have all the questions. Thoughts on Dan spreading false information that he quit but was let go. Mr. Walrus is of the opinion he thinks that I actually got fired. Mostly just to me. I did not get fired. I put in my 2-week notice. I left on my own my own choice. But Walrus likes to push the Dan got fired meme.
Well, no, he didn't get fired, but actually it would have been.
If I was
I've left
smarter,
jobs because I was actually I could write a couple thank you letters to some ex bosses because they made it where they never fired me, but they made it where I didn't want to be there anymore. So, and then down the road you look back and at some point you should send them a thank you letter, I guess.
I don't think it was a term yet, but that whole quiet quitting thing. If I was smarter, I would have just quiet quit a year earlier, double dipped, collected my paycheck, done a bunch more Pokemon on the clock. In hindsight, I should have gotten myself fired. Maybe that would have been the more profitable way to go. But I went out in an honorable fashion. I put in my 2-week, and they sent me. They did send me home 1 week early though. I put in a 2-week. And they let me go the next Friday, and they paid me for the final week.
A lot of places do that because they clear your toxic after. Boy.
How much crypto, if any, do you have? Bitcoin, Ethereum, Dogecoin?
I actually, Dan, back when he was, I think, in college, and he told me to buy some, and it was $8. And I didn't think it was a good idea, so I didn't. And then I told him so afterwards because it went down to $2, and I didn't buy any then. So I would say none, and none of any of that. I wish I had spent a couple bucks.
That would have been a nice.
I wish I'd spent $1,000 when it was $8.
That'd be 50
because I could have easily.
And
then when it went to $2, it was on sale. It went on sale, right? It went down to 25. So I should have bought another 1,000, and then lost all that information till like now. And
hindsight.
I'm not sure what I'd be
we could all be billionaires
Yeah.
with some hindsight.
if in one hand and
Ethan with a dangerous question. How do I convince my dad that Pokemon is a better investment than everything else?
I don't know.
Show him a couple palette videos.
You can show him the palette videos, but I would still.
Fill the bucket.
I've got a little bit of an in. He could buy. I mean, what to spend a few bucks on it once in a while. Buy a box every once in a while, and you can get a deal on it. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to have some of it. I have different things. I have CDs that make 4%, which some people would tell me that's crazy. I had cash that wasn't doing too much, so I put it into some Pokemon. It's doing pretty good. I got some junk silver. I got most of my money's in real estate. I don't have a lot, but with what things have done in the last couple of years, they've done very very, very well. In a business, I invest in things that make me money and learning stuff and just go out and make.
John says, I think this is my first live. Love your vids. Appreciate you being here. We kind of covered this, but if you want to touch on it again, Brody asks, at what time did you realize that this had become a legitimate business venture for Dan to do full time?
When he was making decent money with benefits and stuff, and when it was doing in 6 months what he was doing in a year as a chemical engineer, then you start realizing it's real. And when he wasn't risking, he didn't have a big mortgage payment and vehicle payments and all that. So, we know each other's finances pretty much. And he knows the money I put into Pokemon, I can easily do. And I know he was in a position, he'd gotten into a really nice house for, even back then, it was probably about half price. We got that up and ready for him and stuff. And he got that paid off. Even when he come out of RPI, We helped him a bunch. He spent he had about 12,000 that he had saved, and he spent his money on his education.
One semester.
Yeah, when I heard he was going to go to RPI, when I heard he was going to go to RPI, and it was 60,000 a year, that was scarier than him quitting his job to do Pokemon full time. Because I was like, I knew I was gonna be on the hook for some of that, and I'm pretty quick with numbers. When you tell me 60 in 4 years, I know exactly how much. I hear $250,000. He had 60,000 of it in a metal program, so we didn't owe that. But it was still probably half my wife's pay was some of the room and board that we paid automatically, and then Dan paid his money. When it was all said and done, he came out. He owed 22,000, and he paid that off in 1 year living at home. He wasn't like in a hurry to go out and get an apartment and go and just buy a new car and do all that. When it was ever, he was always big on getting stuff paid off. So when he was going to do this, it wasn't like he was just taking a huge chance. And if this didn't work out, he'd be back doing something else. And he's got his backup plan is he can always come to my shop and make a living starting tomorrow. So have backup plans. When you quit a job, always have another job or two more jobs lined up, or that you're already doing.
That is one huge bit of context that like I've alluded to the fact that like my parents did subsidize my college. They subsidized my room and board while I was there and all that. I had some skin in the game though, and I'm glad that they made me do that. I'm glad that they had me take out some loans in my name. One thing that I'm like grappling with, I have 2 young kids, and I'm grappling with like how to raise them so that they are enabled, not entitled. And I think my parents did a really good job at that. I don't know how consciously they thought about it every single day or whatever, but that's a big thing I think about. And I don't know exactly how I'm going to do it. I'm going to try to give my kids a little bit more, but you can't just give them everything. I think it's the wrong way to just give them a free ride through everything. I think it knowing the value of a dollar, knowing all those different things. Big Dat Chew wants to know, serious question, Dan, how do you answer the question, what does your son do, and what's the reaction?
I phrase it in a kind of a funny way. I said my son quit being a chemical engineer. I think it was about nine. I even throw the number out there, and he was making about 90K a year with benefits locally. And they look at me and they get all, they almost like they feel sorry, they feel bad. I get like, oh, that's too bad, and this and that. And I said, and he's on. I think he's talked numbers with me before. I don't. But that'll be like last year, and they're like, oh, that's too bad. And I said, but he sells Pokemon full time now for a living, and they're like look at me funny, and I just say, and then I kind of throw some numbers out there, what he's on what he did in 24, and then kind of what he's on pace to do now, and then I'll throw some pallet stuff out there, and then they kind of start thinking the other way, and I don't know, some of them maybe don't even believe it at first, but then they might hear it again from me a couple more times and stuff. So that's how I tell them. Just tell them that he quit being a chemical engineer to sell Pokemon cards.
I still myself, when people ask me what do I do if I'm at like a t-ball game, if I'm at some barbecue and I'm talking to some of the other kids' parents, like, oh, what do you do? What do you do? I say like a Pokemon dealer, collectibles dealer. I resell Pokemon card. I still don't even fully have like a perfect answer for it, but sometimes people inquire deeper. They're really interested. Sometimes they're not as interested, and yeah, but like he said, I remember when I quit my job, I kind of asked him like, what do Papa and Grandma think about it? What do some people think about it? And I never really got me directly any like, oh, that's too bad, but I know that he had that conversation a little bit, a couple times, which you just covered.
I even had people say, well, you still got to kind of stand by him, and you still, and I'm like, well, he's on course to do X amount of dollars this year, and they're like, oh, I guess he's getting by then, right? I'm like, yep. So,
quick one here. If you had $500, would you rather put it in 151 or Crown Zenith? I have a lot. We have a lot more, and separately, I have a lot more Crown than 151 currently. Today, I would probably pick Crown, but in the coming months, I'd lean more towards 151 depending on the price. But as of today, I would pick Crown barely, not by much. I like them both a lot. ESP Kev says, "Hello, Dan's dad. Your son is amazing and helped me get on top of my finances, and I'm well ahead in life now because of him. Smart goals for the win. Let me flash the smart goals on screen. I do have that at the ready. The spending flowchart equals good life. So yeah, shout out to the smart goals.
Is that somebody you consulted, or is that somebody that just from watching?
I get a decent, well, not a ton, maybe once a month. Maybe once a month I'll get like a message, someone reaches out, really like heartfelt. Dan, I love your channel, the journey, and sometimes it's people I consult with, sometimes it's people that just watch the channel. I but I like getting that good feedback. It likes I'm not a huge channel by any means. It is good to know that I have a positive effect on some people. But yeah, appreciate you, ESP Kev, for being here. You touched on this a little bit. When your son spent hours upon hours playing video games on the computer, did you think it would lead to a 7-figure business, or did you think he was wasting his time?
He never. That's why I was saying you never did. You played video games and stuff, but it wasn't like hours and hours and hours. It was always a lot of different things. So, yeah, I never really thought about exactly what you would do. I knew you. Like I said, you had options with my business. Whether you did it part time or full time ever, that was always kept that as an option. And then when you went to school, we knew you were gonna go into like engineering and stuff like that. So pretty much figured they got lucky because you got a job after 4 years, right, local and stuff, a decent job and stuff. So that helped a lot too. Especially coming out of a fairly expensive education and stuff. It was good that you didn't have to remember when they hired you at 4 years. I was pretty happy about that because you have to just keep going on for. I think somebody came from RPI from where you went to work. Might have helped a little bit. Then you got your master's while you were there.
Here's one for you. Looking into tax sales to gain rentals. Have you ever dabbled in that world?
I've never bought like that. I bought a foreclosure. That is kind of a long story. That's for another 8 or 10 hour session. I bought a foreclosure actually that I owned for a while. Paid like 25 grand. I probably bought it 15 years ago. And mine have more been buying foreclosures, not real tax, not like tax auctions, or lost. I don't think it was ever lost for taxes. I did buy another one pretty cheap. And mine have always been a lot of needed a lot of work. They weren't just like get something that somebody lost that you could turn around. Like Dan got this house. It was a short sale. Somebody had lost it. And it still needed some work, but I'm talking electrical, plumbing, heating, roofing, everything. That's the type of houses I bought and done pretty well. So not really the tab. The options are out there. Actually, the funny thing, the house I bought as a foreclosure, I sold to a guy and held a mortgage on, and it's literally going to a foreclosure auction in 7 weeks. I've been trying to get it back for 2 years. So if I give any advice to anybody, you can't hold a private mortgage for anybody these days. Our legal system doesn't allow it. It doesn't protect you, I guess I would say. There's way I could have wrote a better contract than the lawyers did. With just this pen in front of me and this napkin. So, but there's a lot of opportunity. You gotta buy. They're harder now, obviously. Real estate's up, but I can still look at stuff that's almost falling down. And a lot of people, that's not an option because if you buy something for 30, 40, 50, 80, 100 grand, and you got to hire somebody for another 200 or 300 grand, that makes it pretty tough.
L Dubs wants to know who would win in a basketball 1v1.
Dan. Maybe just shooting. If it gave me a little bit of time, I might. I think when we used to play just shooting, I could do all right. I mean, I don't know physically. Sometimes I haven't actually I'm running with my daughter and my grandkids, the Boilermaker, just a 5K. So if it's fairly where there's a lot of running full court, if you gave me a little bit of time and stuff like that, a couple of years ago I would say I would win just because I wouldn't get tired. Right now I'd probably get tired. But as far as obviously with height.
I'm 6'4".
I'm 5. I used to be 5'10". I think I put on my license today 5'9". You get a little. The older you get a little shorter.
Does Pops know a lot about Pokemon? We talked earlier. He hasn't opened packs really.
And who Pikachu is? If you showed me, a couple.
Do you know who this one is? Right here. You know him.
Yeah. Not kidding. I do, but I know you shouldn't have. I knew you were gonna call me out on that. Charizard.
Charizard. You got it. You got it.
I knew that. Just sometimes I know. Well, you could ask me welding questions, and if you pull them out of a book in front of me right now, I'm not gonna answer them like by the book. But if like the dance chair that was just breaking a little while ago, if you asked me if I could fix that, I could fix that. And I can fix stuff. But as far as like someone out of a welding 2 years of welding, studying out of books and stuff, they would beat me in a one-on-one on paper. But as far as if a lot of guys that have been welding for years, if a piece of equipment came in and it was twisted in half, I would like, pat myself on the I would probably beat him at that.
Do you have a favorite Pokemon? I would guess it's Pikachu or Charizard.
Pikachu.
S tier popularity. What were some of your go-to investments prior to Pokemon with Dan?
Biggest probably real estate. I'm not really a stock market. My wife's money, some of her money's in just like Vanguard, whenever her 2030, whatever her date is, retirement date is, her retirement fund. I've never been big in the stock market. Silver, junk silver. I like physically stuff I can kind of put my hands on. I'm a fan of higher yield CDs because I know they're not great. But I right now you got 4 and 5% CDs, and I've had some local Bank of Utica. I think is rated as one of the top, some of the top rates in the country. And I've bought some. That's guaranteed. I always need to have certain things guaranteed.
We did some I-bonds too.
We did some I-bonds that were inflation proof. They look good because how bad inflation was. Like I said, the CDs did good, and I need to have certain money that I know is going to be there, and it's at least they're still doing. I think now inflation they're doing better than inflation. So, and I've got a few bucks into that. Like I say, the junk silver. I just like my plan is to drink my coffee in the morning and go on my phone with an app and see what coins are valued at, and then maybe have Dan sell out, or we're trading for Pokemon cards or whatever. And I'd buy if anybody's got any junk silver and they're local. I'm always looking to buy. I bought some, but that did as good. Actually, you talked about investments before. I bought at about $18 face value, and it went I think it almost doubled, and now it's back a little bit. And a lot of mine's under 18's the most I ever paid. Down to what did we get some for $10 face, and that's what that more than tripled. I've done all right with that. Real estate, I've done okay. Got a couple apartment houses and my own properties and stuff that have all done pretty good in the past 2 years. Few apartments that do okay. I don't get real big money rent. I could get more than I do, but I got very good tenants, and so I'm not chasing money, and my stuff's not getting damaged. That's worth a lot.
I've joked before on the channel that between my dad, myself, and my grandpa, we have a reasonably balanced investment portfolio. I'm disproportionately cardboard, and then I have a fair bit of VU and VT Sacks. What's the word I'm looking for? Index funds. And then my grandpa's more like individual stocks, and then my dad has a lot of real estate. But yeah, interesting to hear the different investment blends across the generations. Question for Papa Ketchum. What are you most proud of in Dan? For Dan, what is your favorite thing about your dad?
Just the business, how his business doing, how he is with a he's a good husband. Always responsible, being responsible for any, whatever he's got involved in, taking responsibility. And I think that's a big thing for me. I got met Dan's mom when I was 16, married at 19, 2 mortgages and 2 kids at 22. And it was always at 33, I owned my first house. And it was always about we're all we all want to do big, adult stuff and big boy stuff, and then when it's time to put on your big boy pants every day, a lot of people don't want to do that. So Dan's always stepped up to the plate.
And then my favorite thing about my dad, definitely, like I won the genetic lottery. Being born in the United States to two loving parents who no divorces, like still together, all that stuff. That's like they subsidized my college, my first car. It was only a $1,500 car, but it was zero to me. It was free to me. I had to go out and I had to hold the flashlight. The brake jobs would be done, the wheel bearings, the whatever it may be. But yeah, same things he said. Great father, great work ethic, great husband, all that stuff. Like a great role model. And more so than any of the financial things that I got, like as far as some people say, oh, you got a silver spoon in your mouth, oh, you were born on third base, more so because of who my parents are and who they were for me. Like it can't be overstated how much, if the pallets went to zero, if all this behind me went away, if Pokemon ceased to exist in 5 years, I could go work with him and I could live in one of his apartments, or I could live in a camper on his land, or something. Like we would figure something out. And knowing that that's there, the amount of additional risk that I can take, knowing that I have that safety net, and that's way more than anything financial that was ever provided to me. I want me and my wife to provide that for our kids into eternity, the same way my parents provided it to us. And yeah, so hopefully that answers the question thoroughly. We got another flashlight holder in chat. Elite Trainer Jonathan says, I effing love holding the flashlight.
It can be fun, and it can be, depends on who you're holding it for.
And Dan's dad is only 57, thought he would be a lot older. He just mentioned some time frame, right? Like meeting my mom, getting married, having kids. So
yeah, he 56 actually.
56,
57 in a month.
Yeah.
Month and a few days.
Here we go. Krabby's card says, sorry if already asked. I'm late. Mr. Ketchumall Sr., what was your biggest hesitation about investing in Pokemon?
Really didn't really have any, like I said, I had more, I say, cash on hand than any. You talk to obviously Dave Ramsey or any of them got, anyone. You should only have so much. He's got his buckets that all got to be filled, and so I had more cash that was kind of sitting there. I still like to have a certain amount, the under the mattress still makes you it's there. So I didn't really have it wasn't really a hesitation. I needed another investment. Like I said, I'm not a huge stock market guy. If a property came along, I've got my eyes open on property. I potentially have a property if everything finally works out. I'll have a project coming back from a house that I owned and gonna get it back eventually. So I saved some money for that project. Some of my apartments, I got a couple buildings and stuff I could redo and stuff, which I kind of put on hold because I don't know when I'm getting this other project back. So as far as hesitation in investing in Pokemon, Dan literally made a phone call to me. I could look at my phone. It was a couple weeks ago, and said, "Hey, what do you want to? This is what's coming up, and it's going to be this much." And I'm like, "I'm in for half, whatever. I'm in for half. How much? What do you need?" And then I knew we were still building another one, so there was that plus some other, and so I just said, "I'll just get you, whatever we need to keep moving forward." And we have room. I have room. I have a garage that I can do. I have a lift in it, and I do welding, and there's a hoist in it, or a crane and stuff, and I've got some room in there. I'm not taking on as big of projects as I did before. I take on projects. I just don't go looking for them. Stuff comes along, and I do it for certain customers and stuff. So I have the room. So my garage is slowly turning over to being a little bit more for storage and stuff. And I'm getting rid of some stuff that should have been thrown away anyway. So it's forcing me to clean up. Dan will be happier. It's like someday to deal with Pokemon boxes than some of the stuff I had laying around that wasn't, you hate to throw away, but at some point If you don't use it for 10 years, it's not worth really.
Move it 10 times before you use it.
Yeah, I've
once.
done it. I moved it. I paid this. I've stored some stuff, but I have room. We're not paying storage. I have a 3,000 square foot plus garage with room that's not needed right this minute. So I got room for 8 or 10 pallets easily. I could make some more room if we need to. So we already built, I think, more than twice what we planned. And Ian calls me next week and says, "There's another deal," and we'll probably have another pallet somewhere.
And that's a good tie into this next question. David asked, when are you guys going to get the next pallet going?
Yeah.
So pallet 3 kind of closed out. I've already pre-allocated 4 cases of Destined Rivals to it. I haven't physically put it together. Everything is like staged separately. I need to Tetris the pallet together. I think we're going to cap it there though. Pallet 4 will be beginning with like black and white, fusion flare, whatever they're called, coming out in a few months. So pallet 4 will be underway late this summer. My intent, as of today, things can always change, is to kind of slow down a little bit. We spent 40s, 50s on pallet 1 and pallet 2. Pallet 3, we were in the 80s on, buying older sets, Sword Shield, a little bit of the SV 1 through 5 as well. At market price. So pallet 4, the intent, as of today, subject to change, is whatever the next block is called. I plan on four of every set. If and when boxes go back to 100, then we'll be adding 10, 15, 20, 30 cases, 40 cases of sets. If and when market price is 90 or 100. I kick myself. Hindsight's easy. But in the past year, 8-10 months ago, when we were pallet 2 was underway, I should have had more SV1 through SV5 on it, but I thought I had more time. So yeah, we'll play it by ear, see where things go. But it is technically underway. RRB says, did you already say what is a good source to find pallet deals? As of today, there's not much out there. We took a swing on some Sword Shield Scarlet Violet at full market price essentially a couple weeks ago. But one thing that Warren Buffett has been quoted to say many times, and one thing I say, in Pokemon, there are no called strikes. I think generally, as of today, and it's all dependent on your cash flow, dependent on your opportunity cost, I think piling cash is a good thing to do in this current market. And now that we have the cooldown from Pallet 3 being built, I intend on more piling cash in the coming months. And if and when boxes go sub 100, if and when things get significantly under MSRP, we'll be ready to strike this fall, this winter, next spring, whenever it comes. 2 years from now, 3 years from now, if and when it comes. So a lot of it's just playing it by ear. But a lot of people, I think, dive into Pokemon. They get excited. A lot of fun things to see and shiny things. Ooh, buy this, buy that. You don't need to buy. You don't need to buy Destined at $270 a box. We're not. We're getting it at $100 a box from Distro. So there are no called strikes. You don't have to swing. You can watch a few pitches for a few months and prepare for better times. I think we covered all these. And can you speak to how proud of me you are, and the exodus of how he was feeling when you quit your job to do this full time, and then how he got to the place where he invests with you? So you probably got in here more recently, Devin. If you want to go back, like, I think all of those were answered. Any quick recap for Devin, if he's still here? This came in a while ago. We're 30 minutes behind, but we're catching up.
Yeah. Like you said, I think we talked about a lot of it. As far as him quitting a job, that never bothered. Never was nervous about that. Knowing that he wasn't gonna find him sitting on the front porch with 12-pack and not working and broken lawnmower out of the front lawn, so I wasn't too worried about it.
And I don't know if I misspoke. So I'm getting my Destined Rivals allocation at $100 a box. I don't know if I misspoke and accidentally said Evolving Skies, but if I did, that was in error. Correct, Rob. I'm not buying Evolving Skies at $100 a box. That is my upcoming next week Destined Rivals allocation. So I might have misspoke there and said the wrong set. So we're currently 30 minutes behind, but it seems like the chat's kind of slowing down. If anyone has any questions, feel free to leave them in chat. We haven't missed any yet. We're gonna take them all. Let's see. Yeah, Pokin Fun says parents never talk to us about money, and after 18, zero chance of us living at home. That's a huge privilege, and so many don't utilize. That's one thing that I'm really like thankful for too. I was always like, my son is very math oriented. He's excelling in his class in all the math things they do. I think he's actually like first in his class in a lot of the adding and getting early into multiplication. But money's very taboo, and I think it's harder in households where money's really, really tight. And not to say like I don't remember exactly, but when I was really young, when I was starting to get into math, I kind of knew what he was making on certain jobs. I was going with him to certain jobs. I remember holding some big checks in my hand, and not like the pallet numbers that we're doing today, but I remember like being involved and knowing what things cost and knowing like roughly what they made. And some parents would never share that. So some maybe out of shame, some just thinking it was too taboo and you didn't do that. I'm very thankful that my parents were very transparent, and I think it helped me learn the value of a dollar and all those things like a lot earlier. And I'm trying to be similar with my kids. I'm gonna try to make sure they have some skin in the game if and when they choose to go to college, but they're not gonna pay the whole thing themselves. I'm gonna help them out, and first car and things like that. I probably won't find the perfect balance. I don't know that my parents found the exact optimal perfect balance, but they did a really good job, and I hope to do as well. I'm gonna try to do better, but I guess we'll see how that works out. Any thoughts on that? Yeah, it's so massive. And then I know some people have like, you turn 18, boom, you're getting a job. I could be there today if I had to. If everything went to zero, we would figure it out. And having that safety net, having that fallback, that is the biggest silver spoon in my mouth. That is the biggest like thing that and I'm not ashamed of it. I'm actually very proud of it. More than any financial compensation I got, having loving parents willing to support and help and enable, that's the biggest benefit that I got. Biggest silver spoon, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, safe place to live. Huge. You don't have to. It's huge not having to get thrown out and be out on your own and stuff like that. Like I said, we stayed with my parents. We had a great place to live. I could go back. I could literally, if I had to, if something went really, really bad, I could live with my parents tomorrow, and so could any of the grandkids or my brothers. Just everybody has that opportunity in our family. That makes it good. That definitely helps. Some kids don't have the help and stuff, and that's tough.
Yeah, it's hopefully most parents out there, hopefully most parents and future parents out there will provide as close as they can to what I had growing up, what my dad had growing up, because that's more than any money, more than him providing my first $1,500 car that I got, more than him chipping in substantially on my college education. The safety net there, that's more than anything by far, like infinitely more than anything. And I see one comment in the live part of chat. My dad didn't go this route, but I've heard of this before. I have friends. I know some people who like their parents started charging them rent at 18, and some like they didn't even know it. But 5 years later, when they moved out, 2 years later, however long later it was, they returned that to them. Like, hey, you were paying us $200 a month while you lived here. You didn't know it, but we actually were putting that in an account for you. Like, that's just an interesting thing that some parents have and can do to again make like, hey, we're gonna put a roof over your head, but we're gonna make you contribute to it, and then all the whole time, like, oh, it's actually yours. Like we were saving it for you all along. Otherwise, kids could just, and I'm sure, like the year that after I graduated, I wasn't just playing video games 20 hours a day. I wasn't like doing nothing. I was going to a job 9 to 5. And then occasionally on nights, weekends, I was giving my dad a hand. I was helping out with some things around the house too. So I'm sure those 2 years that I lived with you guys after college, if I was trying to throw parties in the house, if I was like hey mom, go fetch me some Doritos and Mountain Dew and IPAs, and I'm gonna be up here playing video. I'm sure things would have been a little bit different, and as they should have been. But
Yeah.
I know there was a lot there, but yeah, appreciate you guys sharing your anecdotes as well. Um, Pokemage says, "How does your dad feel about you having a sugar mama?" We talked about that
I
maybe
recommend it.
we talked about that like an hour ago. I learned from him. He's got he's doing his own thing. My mom works for a 9 to 5 that provides the health insurance and all that, and um so yeah, I learned from him.
Yeah.
It is nice.
A good partner.
Yeah.
Is that's so yeah. What makes her? I've been with her 41 years this summer. Married 38. Lasting that long. You know, everybody's communication and all. Some of it's luck. Like this Pokemon, you know, what this Pokemon didn't last. Some of that, you know, some of that's just luck. Just finding the right person, then being able to live. We're actually, other than my parents, we're really the only ones in our family that got luck. You know, we did. And I hope my kids, you know, hope Dan and his sister, I hope they stay together with their spouses forever. Their kids don't have to. I was glad that the kids never had to deal with us breaking up and stuff. I know we didn't always get along. We started young. There were some hard times, but uh, we got through all that stuff. Glad we did. Makes it good now. Real good.
And I'm glad too. Yeah, I definitely. I mean, a lot of people probably don't ever have plans for a divorce, but I'm quite confident that that is never going to be an option. Um, do you think set value or a top chase card is more important for the future value of sealed? They kind of go hand in hand to an extent, right? Like the top chase card factors into the total set value. I think having like the opportunity to pull a god pack out of Prismatic is huge. Um, all those chase cards being in one pack does factor into the set value. So it's hard to say one definitive thing. I would lean towards a single top chase card. Um, Always knowing that there could be a Moonbryon, there could be a PSA 10 Moonbryon in that Evolving Skies box, there could be a God pack in that Prismatic Evolutions, but kind of both is the answer. Ditto faction like in the DeWalt shirt. John Flint wants to talk welding. What kind of welders do we got at the shop?
What kind of rods? Go to rod 7018. Some 6013 basic, just basic rod. Anyone that you ever hear that number, you ever want to try welding, 6013 is kind of a good go-to rod. Kind of can do a bunch of different kind of basic stuff with it.
That's both MIG, right?
No, they're both stick welding. That's both
okay.
stick welding. There's a 80. I don't even know. Like I say, if I on paper, I can remember the rods I weld with. One's a 80 AC 80T, which is kind of just a pretty strong rod and kind of runs like 6013. For anybody that know that's never welded with that, it's an easy rod to weld with. So then a little bit of I braze and I do other stuff. I MIG and TIG and do some stainless work because I've worked at built slaughterhouses for 32 years. I worked in slaughterhouses building nights and weekends. So we did a little bit of everything. Well, bunch of different stuff.
Do you ever weld something just to feel something? Do you ever just go out and just run some beads for stress relief or whatever?
Not really. I build a few things just for fun. I'm looking to build. I keep thinking. I got a guy that works with me part time on Saturdays, and we keep talking. We gotta get a project. I'm trying to make some more room to get the shop straightened around. So maybe do a couple projects and stuff. Not as much as I should. I should just go. I'm not artistic. I've always wanted to get my daughter in on a project because me and Dan, one thing we didn't get is definitely the artistic and her and I actually our grandkids and stuff all very artistic and stuff. So I could bring the welding and then me and my daughter could really build some cool stuff. Just getting the time to do it. But we should start a project, and even if we work on it a couple hours once in a while. start a channel. Maybe I'll start my own channel. We'll I'll start building something with my daughter and the grandkids and stuff. Investment.
Yeah. Besides Pokemon, what's the most unconventional investment your dad has made that worked out?
Getting married at 19. That was the luckiest. That was an invest. That's an investment in your life, your future. Nothing real. I guess real estate. Some houses that were pretty rough. Our first house was pretty rough. I worked on it for 8 months. Wasn't a lot of money, like 25 grand, and then I borrowed. Luckily, I had a lady that I worked for since I was a kid that loaned me like 35 grand to work on it over 8 months. Like I said, that was 8% money, but I paid it off in 10 years, maybe somewhere around there. So that was an investment. Bought some other properties. One rental that wasn't in a great area, and turned around, sold that, and didn't really make money on that. But the rest of them have done all right. Nothing else. Pokemon's kind of the, I guess, most unconventional, people would say.
What's the story of the did Papa buy you a cow that you had to take care of for a summer? How did that work out exactly? Here's an end.
The story is, I asked my father for a 3-wheeler. Back in 3-wheelers were big. They got outlawed. I actually got into 3-wheelers, and
mid-80s.
Right after 86, I actually raced. If you ever, anyone that knows anything about 3-wheelers, the Honda 250R, I raced that. And I had everything before that too. My first one was the 82 200. And we remember me, and we wanted 3-wheelers. And so we asked Dad for a 3-wheeler, and I think not long later he gave me a calf. And for the next 2 years, morning and night, before school, after school, I raised the calf along with my brothers raised their calves, and we got to keep the bunny. But it was 2 years of work, morning before school, night, weekends. That never went away. You took care of the cows every day. They go out in the summer sometimes, so we get a little bit of a break. We throw hay out to them and stuff. They could stay out. But all winter, before school, every day before school, we raise calves and stuff, and so he got me the 3-wheeler. It just took me a little bit of, and it was the best. Like I say, that's how kids need to learn. Here's the money. Here's the potential. He gave me the potential, and 2 years later, we bought, and he paid the difference. We sold the cows. I always can remember numbers and stuff, but I want to say we sold back then you could buy a brand new 82 Honda ATC 200 for like $1,100, and the cows say it sold for $900 or whatever, and he paid the difference on our 3-wheelers and stuff. So he'd buy the hay, he'd buy everything, he'd buy the hay, the feed, everything. He worked at bakery, so he delivered for bakery supplies. So our cows got pretty spoiled. They got bread and donut, they got all kinds of stuff. So, but that's how I bought my first 3-wheeler, or my dad bought it. I just
did the work
for it. That's what I think everybody needs. You gotta have some skin in the game.
Yep.
The value. I know there's a lot of talk about different things with education, and I think just not to get into too much, but we gotta keep it valuable. Giving it away is not, I don't think, necessary. Making it better than it is, I think today there's ways to do that, but giving away is not going to be. I don't think giving away is going to help.
A lot of lessons and stuff wrapped into that experience. That's a cool story. I feel compelled to put it on because he paid $1.99 to message it, but I'm the second kid. I'm the younger, so Dad was an accident.
No.
I'm not gonna say that I'm gonna read everything that's that someone pays for me to read, but I felt compelled to for the first one at least.
No.
We got That Card Guy just graduated welding school. That Card Guy also got a prismatic poster box pickup at MSRP when Target stocked, which is nice to see. Also into Pokemon and welding. L-Dubs. How's it going, L-Dubs? Dan, what would it take to have your dad become your 4th streamer? I
I'd have a lot to learn.
He'd need to up his
I wanna-
Pokemon knowledge for sure. He would need. I mean, Pokemon knowledge. PK is my #1 streamer. By time, Ponga. I'm not saying he's better than you. I'm just saying by time. For my dad to start doing it, it would be a large learning curve. My third streamer is Skya. He is doing MetaZoo, and he didn't have a ton of history, a ton of experience with it, and I think he's been doing well. We've only had a few. We're actually going to be kicking those over to eBay Live soon to give that a try, because MetaZoo on Fanatics was kind of rough, but who knows? Who knows? Someday, maybe there's a shot. If I need to make a little bit of money, I could go and help my dad in the shop, make some cash for the day. If and when, I don't see this happening, but if and when nobody ever needs HVAC again, nobody ever needs welding done again, if and when those all cease to exist, maybe he'll be ripping packs for me. So that opportunity is always there too.
It looks easier than some of the stuff I've done.
Yeah.
But I've
on that note, right now you're sitting chatting with 91 people. It's crazy. I've been doing YouTube for over 4 years now. Outside of YouTube, I never would consider myself like a great public speaker. It's different. I'm just looking at a camera. There's 90 people on the other side of it. I've been in some live streams with 300, 500 people. How do you feel? What are we? Hour and a half in to your first live stream? I'm assuming this is the most people you've ever talked to at once, right?
Yeah, I'm not a big public speaker. Never been.
Doing a great job.
I would like to.
This
I
is
was
all.
gonna say, I thought I was gonna. I've been sipping on a what is it? Whatever I'm sipping on here, and
High Noon.
High Noon. I thought maybe we'd have a little more to drink. Not real. Haven't really been nervous about it. I know it's pretty cool. Fun the questions and stuff, and talking to people and stuff.
This all has been a test for my dad to become streamer #4, so he's doing all right.
Yeah.
He's passing the test so far.
I might do my own. I always joke. Like I said, I got this house deal that I held a mortgage and it didn't work out, and I'm getting this house back. And like I say, I feel like I want to educate some people. And it's kind of our legal system's a little messed up with this, as far as if you hold a mortgage, if you sell a property, message Dan and I can at least give you some information what's involved. 3 lawyers. I finally got to the point where I had to get it back, and 3 lawyers tried to talk me out of it. They tried to going back. Hindsight's 2020. I would have offered the guy just like a bunch of cash just to leave. And when the lawyer told me a year and a half, I thought that was horrible. We're 2 years in now, and I think I could possibly have, if everything goes good, it could be 3 months from now, 4 months from now, and I might still get it back. And it's a learning experience. And I thought my first video, if I did it, I'm gonna walk in this house for the first time in 2.5 years, probably, which is, like I say, when I say the numbers, when I say how long it's been, it's just so ridiculous. And I'm gonna say this is unfortunately why you cannot do this. This is why being a landlord's tough. Trying to finance property to somebody, unless you're a bank and you can just write that off and it's no big deal. But as far as for a private person, especially when this is retirement money, and I just tried to, and I gave a good deal to a family. I tried to help them, and it just didn't work out. I don't know if they doubt they would be watching tonight. They probably don't know I'm doing this, but and I tried to help them in a lot of different ways, and they just stopped talking to me. So I started talking with lawyers. I'm about 9,000 into lawyers, and 2 years later, and it's not a good deal. But that's going to be, if I was ever going to do it, it would be just to try to explain to people and then get their experiences, I guess. And my thought was, like I say, I was going to eventually maybe sell some other properties that way. And I know actually a guy, he's still listening. I know he's held some mortgages, and I think he's had good luck with some good people. My first house was a private mortgage and loaned private money to me. I bought some other properties that way, and for me, it wasn't an option. You borrowed money from somebody, especially privately. You borrow money from anybody for any reason. It's not an option. You pay them back. And if that means selling the property or getting out of it, they could have sold it. These people actually could have sold the property and actually probably made a few bucks because of all the numbers, everything that went on with COVID and stuff. And they just I don't know, financially, if they just never had any understanding of how things work or whatever it was. But it was, like I say, this is I could literally do. I could start my own thing talking about this and maybe learn a lot more stuff, and other people could learn from me. So,
Father Dan, did Dan ever try to get you to invest in a pallet of Steins?
I don't know if we ever talked about signs. I know
when
you were
was
buying them.
when I was
I don't
living
think it
with
was ever
you, at one point in the spare bedroom, I had like 300 Steins.
right.
I never. Those were always a flip. I was never setting Steins back. Funny enough, vintage versus modern, all that debate, all that goes on in Steins too. And modern Steins are worth a lot more for the most part because they're way more limited. Kind of like in Pokemon, there's way more of the modern stuff than the vintage stuff, but the modern stuff relatively is worth more. There's a lot of nuance. There's a lot of layers. It's just funny. A lot of the vintage Steins not worth as much. Steins is a very different market. It's literally a dying hobby, literally a dying market. I'm the youngest by, well, I think there's one other guy around my age in our Stein collecting group, but I never tried to rope him into Stein investments. Here's a good one. Matty Ice 3. Dan's dad, from an outsider's perspective, what do you think makes modern Pokemon investing different from 90s Beanie Babies or junk wax sports cards? We actually, I mean, my mom, I think grandma a little bit too. They did. I don't know if they were they investing? I think they were just like collecting more so. Collecting, but like backed by.
I think with a thought
the
it might, and some of them, I think some of them did okay. What would be different? The biggest different for me is Dan does it for a living, and he's buying. Like I said, I'm kind of getting. I'm on third. I know I'm starting on. I don't know about third base, but I'm kind of
silver spoon in his mouth.
I got a Pokemon silver spoon. Yeah, just everybody invests every day in stuff they have no idea about. Like if I buy a property, I don't have to wonder. I don't have to. If I buy a property, I don't call my brother. He's a contractor. We walked to a good friend of mine that's done some house flipping and stuff. And we walked through it, and I know I can do numbers in my head as I walk through a house. So I don't really. I know if it's a good deal or not. I looked at actually a piece of property on the lake a few weeks back, and it was some pretty good numbers, and I just walked through it, and in my head, I talked myself. I knew the numbers. I knew what was going to happen. I knew exactly what was going to happen. And I bought another property about 10 years ago, actually, from a friend, a girl I grew up with, and they want 70,000, and I said, listen. I said, you might be able to sell for 70,000. I know what's going to happen. I know what I have to do to this house. I know what I'm going to do to this house. Somebody else could buy it for 70 and maybe live in it, and it would be fine for them. Put 30 grand into it and live in it would have been a perfectly deal. But I knew I was going to put 100 into it, buying it at 30. So buying it at 70 wasn't really an option. So as far as the modern, like the Pokemon investing over like Beanie Babies, I knew nothing about, or sports cards. I know I'm not a huge sports guy. We go, like I say, we go to a Rangers game once a year. I watch about 3-4 games. If they're doing real good, I watch a few more. But as far as the Pokemon, Dan comes over, I'm over here, we talk about it. I know what it's doing. And like I say, I'm getting in there. I got a little bit of a, I got a cheat code or whatever you want to call it on it. So, but a lot of you do. This is all free right now. Anything, if you learn anything from me, you're lucky. I could probably teach you a couple things. Welding guys, all you welding guys out there, clean it. Especially if you've never welded, or you weld a little bit and you wonder what your problem is, spend more time cleaning it and fitting up your weld. And anyone on here knows what I mean by that. Because I see people, and you'll see somebody weld a 5-inch bead, and about an inch of it looks good, and it's like you had it right there. So now stop and then figure out what you were doing there. And some of it is you just didn't clean, and it got contaminated and stuff. And that's like with anything. That's with it's doing a lot of stuff. It's starting out with a good clean slate or whatever. You're working with stuff. But yeah, I got a little insider trading, or a little whatever you want to call it. So that's the difference. That would be the difference for me.
He's got his advantages on the sourcing side. I've got a platform, a little bit of a name. I've got good contacts. And then on the selling side, I've got the live stream operation to move things at a premium too. So he's definitely tapped into the good stuff in the Pokemon market. We had Luke come back with a $4.99 super chat. Appreciate you. If Dan is 6'5", how tall is Dad and Grandpa? We covered that earlier.
I'm 5'10".
5'10" going on 5'9".
And my father's around. He's a little bit taller than me.
6'1".
And now he's
6'.
84, so he's probably around my height. He's around. I think he was around 6. I think Grandpa was around 6 feet too. So I was shorter, the shortest one.
And then we had Timmy said, how does Senior Ketchum all have a better hairline than Junior Ketchum? I will say, I feel like I've heard before, isn't it supposed to be your maternal grandfather, like your mom's dad? Which he had a good hairline, and into Bill's hair was white, I believe.
Oh, maybe. I was thinking, yeah.
I have more his dad, so I have more my maternal. My grandpa jokes that he has 9 hairs. He has about, yeah. So I'm probably gonna have, when I'm 80, and I can't remember how long he's had 9 hairs, but I think I'm headed towards his trajectory more than my dad's. So apparently,
mine grows back. This grows. You seen the other picture? Those hair was a little longer. My beard gets pretty bad looking in the wintertime and stuff. My hair grows pretty fast, and my hair on my head still grows surprisingly. I cut my hair on my head, my eyesight. Actually, I got my license. I renewed my license today. Funny thing, I did my eye test at my doctor's because I was there for a physical. And so I had him fill out the card because sometimes this time of year you get a little bit of allergies, and sometimes my eyes will get a little blurry because that. But like I was telling Dan, he was asking me about the size of the screens and stuff, and I can read the smallest print on the farthest screen with no problem. So my eyes are very good. My hair, some reason it's sticking around. So, but it's funny. I got my license today, and they never asked me about my eyesight. And I even had the card. I asked them if they wanted it, and they weren't too worried about it, I guess. So.
New York State.
I would have, it would have passed either way if they made me do it, or I'd passed it at my doctor, but which is funny.
We're getting close to being caught up. So Kyle MPA says, what makes you think the market price will go under 100? I have an active bet with Retro that I think Destined Rivals will be available under MSRP at some point, and I think within the next 6 to 24 months in Pokemon, I think there will be main set booster boxes available on Hills, on P4P, on eBay, wherever, sub 100. I could be wrong, but Pokemon's been around for going on 30 years. 29 of the 30 years, boxes have been widely available under MSRP. It's only been 6 months. People forget. It's only been 6 months. Like right now, the pallets are all doubled. Everything's going crazy. Boxes are 270 out of the gate. A year ago, 8 months ago, there were 5, 6 sets in a row, widely available under 100. The amount of people that have the amount of overconfidence, in my opinion, that like this is the new normal and every set forever will be above MSRP, it's just mind-blowing to me. I think what happened for 29 of 30 years will happen again. It doesn't feel like I'm like taking a big leap there, but we'll see what happens. We place our chips where we think they'll do well. I think even if boxes do go under 100, I'm confident in the investments we made in the pallets, but I'm along for the ride, just like everyone else here. I am not the Pokemon market. It is all of us together, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, and Surging Sparks. As recently as Surging Sparks, which was November of 2024, 6 months ago, that was widely available for pre-order up till release day. It was like 110, 120. So I am confident it will come back around. Elite Trainer Jonathan says, thanks for letting me hang out. Super refreshing to see you two doing things together. Appreciate you hanging out, being here. Elite Trainer Jonathan. Discovered me on Alex's channel with Retro recently and love what we're doing. Always glad to hear that the collaborations going on other people's channels leads to us all growing, kind of engaging with new people, and yeah, great to see that. Classics, I'm sure you weren't in here earlier, but we'll cover it again a little bit. Nice to see you in here, Matt. How often did Dan get stuck holding a flashlight growing up and have the tables turned? My dad still makes me hold the flashlight when we're working in the garage.
Well, like I said, on the alternator job, I think not that long ago, he held a flashlight. But he fixed I ordered a new phone. Probably buying a phone myself. Phone I wanted. Wanted a phone with actually a thermal imaging on it. My phone that literally is in front of me right now. My wife just messaged me and stuff. I asked how we were doing, and she said we're doing all right. But my phone's about 6 or 7 years old. It's actually my first smartphone. There was flip phones before that. And tonight, Dan, I bought a phone. I thought it was a good phone. I liked everything about it. It had the thermal image and everything, but then it just didn't work out good. So Dan, I gave Dan I held the flashlight, and Dan
he held the proverbial flashlight.
Dan ordered, I think, the same phone he has. I think the same. What is that?
S21.
S21.
Yeah.
So that's getting turned on. That's getting turned on this weekend. So yeah, when it comes to some electronic stuff, computer stuff, I think I'm due. He said my laptop's a 2018. He said it's time to update it. I don't use it that much. I use it once in a while, and then I get mad. I want to smash it today, actually, trying to print something, and some of that's my fault. Some of it's because it's 7 or 8 years old. But he'll be ordering me a new laptop. So
he'll be holding the proverbial flashlight with tech stuff and
stuff.
with Pokemon investing stuff. But then I'm definitely still holding the flashlight with automotive fabricating, like that kind of deal. eBay, the shop of cards ATX says, should I keep the mini binder sealed? We for the pallets, I talk about air. I hate the ancillary products that are non-booster box, that are non just loose packs. I hate all the air. Like our most recent pallet had 84 grand in value on it. Our first 2 pallets had 40 to 50 grand in value on them. If we did binder collections, poster collections, things like that, you could only fit 10 or 15 grand worth of stuff on it. And he talked a little bit earlier, an hour ago maybe, about the space in one of his shops and in one of his spots. And everyone, like, no matter how much space you have, it's limited to some extent. And just all that additional air, all that additional labor to break things down, I'm just not about it. So me personally, I see ancillary products like that as just packs. I want the booster boxes, I want the booster cases, I want the loose packs themselves. How much clutter does Dan have off camera? I tidied up a bit, and it's still pretty bad. So
a lot.
Yeah, it's scary to say, but it's better than it was a week ago, a month ago, a year ago, and I hope to make it better. Like I don't even sell stuff directly anymore. I've got Ponga, PK, I've got Sky, I do TCG Player, eBay. I've got Fanatics doing a lot of stuff, doing the consignments, and I still just have tons of backlog, tons of crap around me all the time. It's crazy. We are now very close to catching up in chat. If anyone has any final questions
or any questions that maybe we skip by, or
yeah,
might have been a couple that
if I missed anything, drop them back in chat. I did my best. I don't think I missed any, except for some that were more meme, unrelated, or off topic, whatever. I think I covered all of them, but I have 2 more to take. I'm gonna take those. If more come, I mean, we're down to go for a while still. I do have him in front of us. I feel like I gotta make him open maybe his first Pokemon pack ever. You want to do that while I'm finding the next question? I don't know if you want to do it up on screen or if you want to do it down there.
I don't want to damn.
I don't have my camera set. He's opening Prismatic, so he could pull, like, if he one and done, like, he'll have to retire from opening packs if this is a God pack. But while he's opening his first, he's not gonna be a great streamer. He can't open the pack. Yeah, you gotta there you go. You got it.
Well, I'm trying not to destroy that.
There's a method to it. Don't save the pack art.
It's pulling my.
Imagine we see an EV Master Ball. Okay, it's a Furfru. It's not an EV Master Ball. That would have been insane. Let's see what he gets. Bunnery. You're gonna try to read some of the names.
No, I can do that. Professor's Research, whatever that is. Pincer. I've heard that before. Professor Sada's Vitality.
That's a tough. Let's see how you say it. I actually want to hear how you say it.
I have no idea. Suzun.
I used to say Suicide. It's Suicune, but yeah,
Oh, sweet. I see that.
That's one that all my youth I used to say Suicide.
Janine's Secret Art.
Let's see what he gets.
Briar. Duraludon. Noctowl.
That was your hit.
That was my hit.
So yeah, your
Is
hit.
that a good hit?
No. he just opened a $12 booster pack, and he got a Noctowl, a 1 cent card. So you just turned $12 into zero with that.
We've been better off selling,
It
streaming.
would have been
streaming
better.
that.
Yes, if we sold that for $12 to someone else and they pulled the 1 cent card, that would have been a lot better. But there was no dad pack magic, unfortunately. We got Brown CLM throwing the luck our way. It did not work out. Here's a good question though. So he just opened a Pokemon. So I do have in front of us. I have some Metazoo too. So open a Metazoo. And then
Open this one.
we had a question from Steve's Collectibles. Does your dad have any art preference between Metazoo or Pokemon? Or is he just speculating on your advice?
The Metazoo opened easier.
The
They open
Metazoo
real
packs
easy.
open easier. Shout out to the GQL team. They're doing a good job making very openable packs.
They actually open real easy. Maybe that was my technique. I'm getting better to that. Just need practice. You already know that one. I already
More accessible.
Babe the Blue Ox. I know who that is.
Easier for people to get into, see?
I don't know. Snaily Gaster. Basket Ogress.
Mm.
Remember that Mauve?
I don't even know if it's Maeve. Maybe. Yeah, it's one of the casters.
Yeah. Mount Price. Hanging Hills. Ding Bell's Toolkit. Fan of tools and stuff, so that's a little bit more. Elixir of Domination. I've drank some of that before. Amola. And Thunderbird.
I think that's the... Or no, that's a reverse hollow.
That's the one?
That's the hit, yeah.
That one.
They got a Raiju for his hit. So I know we did I should have had the overhead camera set up, but my desk is a mess and the microphone's there. So what do you think? Like art style, you just opened 1 pack of each. What are you feeling more art style? What do you...
someone just came up with a way that we can make money off.
Yeah.
I like that idea. We can do
Brown
that.
CLM says, have that sign those and auction them on Fanatics.
The Pokemon. I opened a couple other Metazoo before in my garage actually. I let my mother open some. But yeah, that was actually the first Pokemon I ever opened. So
what do you think? One of each side by side. What do you think of like the art style, just like the layout?
I'm more familiar already with the only because it's
the Babe.
More common stuff. As far as the artwork, I'm not a huge art person or whatever, so I'm gonna lose them.
You didn't pull anything good?
No. I don't know. I'm not a big art person. More of a music.
I got my a beer restock coming.
Oh,
thank you.
Not me. Part of that. That's for him. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, they're both kind of the same. Like I said, I'm a little bit more familiar with like the some of the Metazoo stuff.
Didn't pull a Bigfoot, unfortunately, but
still, Night's still young.
Here we go. Jesse says, Dad, did you think Dan was a nerd as a child because of his Pokemon obsession?
No, he wasn't really.
Did I ever do like my son's going to a Pokemon birthday party next month. I'm trying to think, like 9, 10, 11 I would have been. Did I ever do a Pokemon birthday? I don't even know.
Ask.
These days with like Facebook, with everything, it would be easier to just scroll through the memories and see. But, like, I don't remember. Not like my 10th birthday. I'm trying to think what it would have even been. I think by that age, I was having a little bit smaller parties. Maybe not quite. I know in my teens, I was having smaller parties. I remember one of them. We went to like a paintball course, and it was just me a few of my closest friends. My dad. We played paintball, and I went to like a go-kart, like a real go-kart racing track, and we did that for one of my birthdays. I can't remember what I did though. Around like 10. That's what it would have been. I think my son wants to have his Pokemon this summer. We're going to a Pokemon birthday party next month. It's definitely popular with kids these days.
I can ask my wife's watching. I'll ask her. Maybe she'll text me.
My mom would remember.
If Dan ever did did we really do ever any themed birthdays?
I can't remember.
Sure. If you're watching, I think you're watching. I can text you. But if not, if you don't text me, I'll text her. I don't remember any.
He's gonna go crack out some photo albums and start flipping through. I don't know how organized they are back in those days. Like I have a Google Drive to find my dad's photo for the thumbnail today, which was a few months ago. He had longer hair, longer beard. But I just go to Google Drive and I click on the picture of my dad, and it shows me every picture I have of my dad. the organization level with digital photos these days is crazy. And to think like living through the past 35 years, what it was 25 years ago, 30 years ago when Pokemon came out, um, finding that information will be a little bit harder than it would be today. But we'll see.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe my mom fell asleep. We'll see. But he's working on it. Here we go. Here's a good one. Dad, what was the worst investment you've made thus far? Before he answers, while he's texting, I'm actually making a video in the next few weeks. I'm gonna make one video, and the last couple weeks videos are some of the best investments I ever made. The Pokemon palettes. I think next week's video is gonna be this one, the Gray Felt Hat Pikachu one of the best flips. Not really an investment. One of the best flips I ever made. About a month from now, 2 weeks, 3 weeks from now, I'm gonna make a video, something titled Greed. Like 5 times I got greedy and I didn't sell something, and it was good when I originally bought it to where it peaked, but then I held it too long, and it's like, so it wasn't a bad investment overall. I made money, but I held it way too long. I got greedy, and I watched things fall 50, 60, 70% before I sold them. But yeah, on that, like, what's the worst investment you've made thus far? Holding the note, probably.
Well, I bought a rental. I bought a property in Utica, and it was a great house. It just, the three most important things with real estate is location, location, location. Location wasn't great. What isn't terrible though? It was my first one. Pretty much bought it. Kind of lost money on it and resold it. Actually, I think I sold to my nephew because his mom actually owned it. Bought it from her. She held a note on it. And then I kept it for a while, and it was kind of a learning. It was my first one. It was a learning experience. It's like I said, it's ideal. My two apartment house right now are on both sides of my shop. Those are kind of no-brainers. My tenants see me every day. Makes it harder not to pay your rent when you have to look at your landlord every day. And the worst was is holding a note. And I've done that. I've done it actually. I sold a house that Dan grew up in to my niece, and they paid on it and then sold it and paid me off. I've done some private things where I bought and they've always worked out good. And this one here, like I said, it could have worked out good. I think just people, maybe our education system with money and just maybe these people they were good tenants. They were good tenants. They just weren't good homeowners. They didn't understand it, and they didn't want to. I could have when it comes to somebody buying a building, I could look at a house for somebody and whether they're going to rent it or live in it. If I knew a little bit about their information about them, I could kind of talk them through it and tell them whether I'd tell them to walk away or go for it. And these ones, if they had listened to me, because it was a great little house for not a lot of money, the note was cheaper than what they were renting for, and they owned it, and they didn't have an understanding of it. And I'm not sure what else. Some other stuff might have went wrong with them or whatever. And like I said, I literally, up until a week or so ago, I still tried to just say, look, I'll work with you, and they're just still not talking to me and stuff. So unfortunately the lawyers are involved. That's been a horrible process. But if I get it back, I might make it be able to work back out. I'll have to keep it for a while. Some write-offs and stuff and getting it back in shape. And the market's helped a little bit with that too. The timing of the market has helped me a little bit. Part of the reason I've kind of not given up on it, I guess.
I'm trying to think too. I know the question was targeted towards my dad, but I'm trying to think of the worst investment I made. Something that I bought with intent to make money that went south. I guess OG Metazoo. I originally bought it more as a consumer, but I definitely I know it's nuance, it's semantics, but like I classify most of what I'm doing, even the pallets, I classify them more as speculating than investing. That I have whole videos on my channel about that. I'm not going to rehash that whole thing, but I think a lot of the speculation I did in early Metazoo was the worst investment I ever made. And interestingly enough, I doubled down. I went deeper, right? I started chatting with some friends. I talked with Charlie, and I bought failed Metazoo. I bought it from bankruptcy with a team of people. So maybe 5-10 years from now, I say that Metazoo 1 and Metazoo 2 were the worst investments I ever made. I hope that's not the case. I think that won't be the case. But yeah, I think as of today, MetaZoo won the product I bought. I have some things that I'm sitting on that are down 90% from where I bought them, if not more, 95, 98% from where I bought them. But that said, MZ1 original MetaZoo, I didn't lose money on. I lost a lot of time on. I lost a lot of opportunity on. Like, I bought a bunch, but I also was selling a bunch as I did it. I sold to a net gain, but like not by much. I spent hundreds of hours, 1,000 hours maybe, in MetaZoo, and not much to show for it. My hourly in Pokemon was way higher. So definitely my worst investment so far. Hopefully 5, 10, 20 years from now, I say that MetaZoo overall is one of the best investments I made in my life. If and when this can turn into something. But we'll see. And I know nobody asked about that, but I guess I'll ask you about that. What did you I talked to him a little bit about potentially buying this company from bankruptcy, and what are your thoughts on me buying part of a card game, a non-Pokemon card game?
Um, I knew there's definitely risk. There's a gamble, but you're not going into it blind. You're not spending money. You weren't remortgaging your house to do it. I wouldn't maybe recommend that. Um, so knowing you know the thing, you made it. You kind of told me that the people you're going in with, you knew and you trusted in and stuff, and so I wasn't too concerned. You weren't. I mean, it was a chunk of money. I mean, when we talk about money and stuff, and they say you put X amount of dollars into something, and I hate to say it like it's no big deal. I bought a house for this much, and I'm lucky with this problem, the deal I'm dealing with this house that I got to get back. I'm fortunate that I don't have a payment on it. I didn't finance something while I was paying payments. Just because for some people it would have been real hard on them to be losing this money and paying a lawyer and doing this and that. So I'm lucky there. I've been trying not, I try not to let it bother me too much. Still bothers me. It's annoying more than anything. Knowing the system. I guess learning this system's more annoying than anything. I joke with my lawyer. I tell him that instead of buying him a wristwatch, I'm gonna buy him a wrist calendar because they don't do anything in hours or minutes or even days. Everything's, and he laughed. He thought it was pretty funny. Thought it was pretty clever. But I'm actually gonna try to come if I can buy him something at the end of this whole thing. It's gonna be a little wrist calendar because everything's 30, 60, 90 days. And then if that doesn't work out, it'll be maybe another 30 or 60 or 90 days. And they say it just as like it'll be another 10 minutes or another 20 minutes or another hour or another $20. When they say, when you pay the lawyer $9,000 and the bankruptcy judge only allows you 6 or 7,000 back on when the house finally gets bought back or whatever. If somebody else buys this house in the end, the judge is still only allowed 60 or 70% of what I actually paid out of my pocket, and my time's not worth anything. And that's the part. Some of that stuff just it gets kind of annoying because it's not kind of I value people's time, and if somebody helps me with stuff or does stuff for me or whatever, I like to make sure they get compensated for it.
I mentioned it in chat, but if anyone has any questions, feel free to leave them. We're right up there with it. We're within 10 minutes of chat now, so only a few questions to go, but we will keep going if the questions keep coming. Are we watching the Knicks game on any TV monitor anywhere in the background? Not currently, no.
Said it's a close.
Back in the 90s, I used to be more. I remember growing up, I had some. I've joked about this before. The only fandom that I was really born into was actually NASCAR. I was a Jeff Gordon fan in the 90s, the old Rainbow Warrior. He had a good stretch there from 95 to 2003 or so. I think he won 4 championships. But I remember in the 90s, I remember watching some Bulls. You guys, we watched the Bulls games.
I think everybody watched.
You guys used to do some, play some fights. Some people used to come over. I remember for some of the big boxing.
The 13, 18-second
matches. Fights. Yeah. So growing up, it was NASCAR a little bit. Well, NASCAR was the most.
Quite a bit.
And then it was a little bit of, I remember watching a little bit of Knicks, a little bit of Bulls. And then I remember and I think I was usually in bed by then, but I remember sometimes people would come over for some of the fights. But these days, I think I've gotten you kind of into the Ranger. Well, definitely his sister, their whole family, very into hockey. But I've gotten you into like the Jets more than, and I guess I'm sorry for that, but more of my fandom today is self-generated. A lot of people are born into their fandom, right? But I don't do NASCAR anymore. But yeah, that was a long rant over the question, but yeah, don't have the Knicks game on, but go Knicks. Hopefully they end up.
Says it's a close game. I was going to look it up. Mom says she doesn't remember any themed birthdays. She said that you guys like Heather and Clarissa are more into the kids are now theme stuff. You didn't really have any one theme that you
Yeah, I couldn't remember any.
Yeah, that's why I said I don't remember it being like a lot. There was any like to get set up for any big like Pokemon thing or anything like that.
Mountain Valley says NASCAR is my #1 fandom, Pokemon second. One gripe that kind of at like, and this was after the transition of me like coming out of NASCAR fandom. I don't like how they changed the playoffs. I feel like to me, it's artificial, like manufactured drama. Jimmy Johnson had a few championships there where he just like ran away with it. He was winning and being crowned the champion with 2 or 3 races to go in the season. And then instead of doing that, they wanted more people into it. So they did the whole playoff thing. That's where like I think they jumped the shark on that for a very old saying. I think NASCAR jumped the shark when they started doing the playoffs. Because to me, the analogy would be like right now we're in the NBA Eastern and Western Conference Finals. We're in the NHL Conference Finals. If the New York Rangers didn't make the playoffs, if you put one Ranger on the ice I'm trying to think who's even in hockey right now. I haven't been watching much. I know the Maple Leafs just lost, but if you put one Los Angeles Laker who would just run around on the court while the Pacers and the Knicks were playing, that's what the NASCAR playoffs are. They completely lost me there. To have an individual sport like that, 43 racers on the circuit, on the track, and you only have 10 in it. And then after a couple weeks, it's 7, and then it's 4, and then it's really dumb to me that some random person can get a flat tire, wipe out the guy who's in the lead for the championship, and then he loses the championship because some random guy who wasn't in the playoffs. So long rant out of nowhere, but NASCAR really lost me when it did all that. And after that, before that, I was already gone, but that like fully sent me out of it. It's just insane to me. The 10 race chase was okay. The new stuff is just so Mickey Mouse. It's like right now, the Knicks and the Pacers are playing, I believe.
Yeah.
If LeBron James sprinted out onto the court and like the game-winning 3 attempt, if LeBron James ran out, I think the Lakers are eliminated. If he ran out and he goaltended the final attempt at the winning basket, that's what NASCAR is. It's so dumb. It's like entirely lost me with that. How you have people not in the playoffs, like causing an effect on the outcome. Blows my mind. But anyways, that's that's a very out there rant, unrelated. But yeah, I think during that rant we got a nice little backlog of questions, so I'm gonna go there. Appreciate you being here, Ditto Faction. We appreciate the questions. Curious on Dan's dad's take when Dan got into Pokemon as a kid. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Do you remember, like, I talked about it before on the channel, in middle school, and Pokemon for me was late elementary school. I don't know if you remember, like, when I was a yo-yo sensation went on at school, Tech Decks, those little finger skateboards, Crazy Bones.
I remember
like,
that was...
what did you think about Pokemon with respect to Crazy Bones, with respect to Pogs, with respect to, like, actually, shout out to It Was Never a Phase cards. Did you think back then it was just a phase? Did you think it was just a phase? Did you think Pokemon was just a fad that was going to die like Furbies and Beanie Babies and Pogs and Tech Decks?
I don't think I ever really thought about it a lot. Like it was any because you never were into anything. Like, because you were into a lot of different things. It was just different things. It wasn't like you were really into one thing a lot. You were just had there was always a lot of things going on. So I don't think I ever really, the skateboard thing with the fingers thing, I always thought was very amusing. I just seen every once a TikTok video will pop up once in a while, and a couple people will be doing it and watching, and it's just I There's one right there.
I've got a Quaxley Tech Deck right here in my background.
So don't sprain your finger. You gotta don't sprain your mouse finger.
I don't think I can do any more sick kick flips, but
it's safe. It seems I guess and there's got to be like everything. I guess it's there if you talk to somebody about it that's really into it. I guess there's finger dexterity. There's things to it, and there's definitely a skill level to it and everything else. I guess I always thought it was a little bit funny. I never played a lot of. We had video. I mean, ours was Atari, 21, whatever they were. Never did a lot of video games. Never did a lot of that. Rode my bicycle a lot. Never did crazy tricks on the bicycle and stuff. I remember jumping one time and landing and breaking the bike. That was probably the craziest thing I ever did on a bicycle. It was kind of a pretty big jump for an old Schwinn that was already broken, and I didn't know how to weld then. It was before that, so I actually fixed it with some. I did with a drill and some bolts and stuff. I actually fixed it. Took the banana seat off and put a like a single seat on it and stuff like that. And we'd jump, and the jump would get bigger and bigger until somebody was bleeding or crying, or your bike was broken. Mine was broken. It didn't crash. I crashed my buddy. My buddy rode on the front of it one time, down to the swimming hole, and he did a Superman off the front of it. I tried this. I slammed the brakes on, and it didn't work out for him.
I did a quick YouTube search for Tech Deck, and I'm seeing multiple videos with like millions of views, hundreds of thousands of views.
Obviously, there's a lot of skill to it. It's funny to watch, I guess, but to try to do it, I know I could do it for the next 10 years, and I wouldn't be any good at it.
It's just it's funny to think how many different little like niches and hobbies and how many different like rabbit holes there are out in this big internet age that we live in.
Somebody that's doing good with it and promoting it and making a living at it and all that. Like I said, we're sitting here talking about making good money at Pokemon cards.
Yeah.
So like I say, I think there's a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of stuff that you can do right now that there's some stuff harder today than maybe when I was growing up. But there's a lot of stuff that you can do right now. You want to sell a bunch of stuff, you had to take out. There was a guy, I remember, I think I even bought this thing one time. It was talking about like little ads on newspapers all over the country. And you were selling just little something or other. And it was a guy that pushed it on TV and stuff. And I never did any of it, but I think we bought some information on it one time. But now you can go on your phone right now or your computer and reach the world from your basement or from your, anywhere in your house, anywhere, your car, and run a business at lunchtime at your job, buying and selling stuff. And now you got big companies a
lot of people relate to that here.
You got you got companies now you don't even need to have, like, we're storing a little bit of stuff, but you can sell stuff that you never see, you never touch.
Shout out to Fanatics. Shout out to the Troll and Toad Evo.
Amazon, if you sell something, they'll handle it. They'll warehouse it. They'll ship it. They'll back it up. They'll take a cut. Gotta pay for that. Gotta fuel that yacht up. But like he said, he's made a lot of other people a lot of money through the years. But you a lot of opportunities.
I promise I didn't make him do that lead in, but if you're interested in consigning your cards, entirely passive for you, you send your cards to my Fanatics Vault, and I help facilitate the sale of that for the next 6 weeks until about July 4th, as long as it delivers by then. I will pay you out 95%, a promotional rate, on your sales of $480 and higher. Typically, you have to sell $2,400 cards to get a 95% payout, but for the next 6 weeks ish, I'm pumping those numbers up. So I promise I didn't make him do that lead into the ad, but it fit in. So I'm gonna shoot my shot while there.
I'm not a salesman, and I'm not an investment. Investing, I always say, it's invest in yourself. Invest in learning as much as you can, education, but don't remember there's a price. You can't, it's not like an unlimited check. You just can't spend unlimited money on anything. It's got to make sense. It's still simple. I always say fourth grade math. I think my daughter-in-law, she's just fourth grade.
Third and fourth.
Third
They
and
lose.
fourth. And
Yeah.
I think the math, and we've taught, I've asked her, and some of the math, I think that third and fourth grade math will get you through the basics of it. The simple, that it's that simple. When you learn, if you're taking too much out of the pile, then you got to slow down, or you gotta work hard. You got to work more to keep the pile filled up. Or I remember learning some of the things that stuck in my head. Nothing wrong in going into debt. You just can't keep going in and going in and going in, and nothing wrong in investing in yourself or your business. My business has to grow a certain amount every year, or it's it's just an hourly job, and then you'll be better off and have less risk.
These Collectibles says, has Dan told you the price of the packs you bought him as a kid? What they're going for nowadays? His parents didn't believe him. I feel like I've told you like some of that. There's one right there, a base set unlimited box.
You have some of this. You have a little bit of the stuff that you saved, or you got rid of most everything.
Well, I actually have my childhood binder behind me. And most of that is like pretty played condition. There's not a crazy amount of value there. But the box that came from, the base unlimited box there on the top, that peaked a few years ago at 30-40 grand. It's in the 20s right now. I was buying them in the past few years for like 12 to 16-ish. I want to say that one there I paid about 16 for, but they're in the low 20s right now. So that box that like mom probably bought me some packs back Christmas of 2000 or so, probably bought me packs at the time, $5-10. I don't know what they were going for. Those packs are $300-400 now. It's crazy. And we talked about it. We've been going for 2 hours and 15 minutes now, but that base first PSA 10 Charizard, back when we were on the Megabus down to the Rangers game, talking about it being $5 grand. That's $250,000 now. And I remember I was close. I was close to click and buy it now a couple times. Rusty beat me on that. PCA Gaming bought the one that I was looking at oh man, who had that now? I can't remember, but it was 10 grand. It was 10 grand through I can't even think of the name right now. But I looked at that box for weeks and didn't go for it. Rusty ended up buying it. Base first English was the only box I didn't end up going for. But yeah, that's like a $250,000 box now. And I wouldn't have kept it sealed, but I would have opened it. But yeah, it's wild. Ethan says, "Have I missed the Papa Ketchum pack opening? You want to rip another prismatic?
We can do another one.
He's gonna open another prismatic now.
Let's see if I can open it better. I didn't.
Let's see if we get a God pack.
I didn't have. Can I use my shout out to Leatherman? I'll open it with my Leatherman. Or
we got DeWalt. We got Leatherman. Hey, if anyone's out there working for DeWalt, working for Leatherman,
that one better.
Feel free to reach out for some sponsorship opportunities.
DeWalt, when I do my live of getting back in that house, I'm gonna want some
DeWalt tools.
Yeah, I got all my stuff's DeWalt already. A lot of it. That's nothing, right?
Mm-mm. It's not an EV Master Ball, so it's not a God pack.
Black Belts training. I'm not gonna pronounce Badoo. B-U-D-E-W. Badoo.
Badoo, yeah.
Badoo.
Pupitar.
just like it looks. EV.
EV's a popular one.
Bronzong. Techno Radar. Diplin. Crispin. Area Zero Underpath. Under depth. Under depth. Yeah, it looks like.
That's your hit.
Huh?
That's your hit.
Is that good?
No. It's a regular hollow. Glaceon.
You
got a Glaceon for his hollow hit. So I know
second,
it's not second pack ever open.
We're setting that side. I'm gonna shout out to Sharpie.
I'm gonna have to piece.
I'm gonna sign that with one of Dan's Sharpies here. So we've already talked about. I think we
got all the branding going.
We've mentioned Carhartt and DeWalt. What else?
Champion.
Leatherman. I'm a big fan. I recommend anybody in the trades carry doesn't have to be, I guess, a Leatherman, but I've always carried a Leatherman, I guess.
I've heard
the multi tool saves you. He used to work on silo loaders, and I started carrying the Leatherman because I could go up and diagnose it and bring a couple parts, and it saved me climbing up and down 60, 70, 80 foot silos a couple times just because the plugs would go bad, 220 volt plugs. And I could change one. I could bring the plugs up with me, and I could change one by Leatherman without having to climb back down and get it going. So it saved a few Some of the ladders weren't the best on some of these. If Bob's still listening, he'll testify that some of the ladders on some of them silos weren't the best. And if you could save a trip up or down, you did whatever you could do to save it.
I will say, when I was an engineer, I carried my Leatherman every day. I've gotten out of the habit. These days, I work from home. I have 12 Leathermans sprinkled around the house. I have a couple within reach, probably, in one of my drawers. I can't think of where it is exactly right now. But I used to carry one on my hip every day, and I'd use it all the time, multiple times a week at least. But these days, I have box cutters everywhere too for cutting into packages. Just don't quite need as many tools these days in my line of work.
And I am carrying the Leatherman wingman.
That's what
the
I
nice thing about it is I carry it in a leather case, but it does have the little clip on it if you want to carry it without the other shout out. Mega
Evo Mart wants you to rip till you hit. So what I have is I opened up a. If you want to just keep ripping, you don't have to read them all. Rip till you get something at least. I opened up an SPC. This is like $200 something. So that's like $200 in packs right there. Hopefully you hit something.
Wow.
Just keep going until you get something really. You'll know when it's good because it'll be like shiny. It'll be a full art, they call it. I'll look for the next question, and he's just gonna rip till he hits. So,
there was one in there.
Yeah, I don't want to miss. How did Dan convince you into investing in Pokemon?
Somebody asked that, but somebody probably just coming in. It was a trust thing. It was just seeing what he did. Like I said, I'm pretty observant with different things, and just obviously me and Dan talk about Pokemon and houses and vehicles and whatever. So I mean, it wasn't like it was, he didn't just ask me to invest 50 grand, not having any understanding of how it was going.
It's not a God pack again. That would be insane.
You should be selling it. We can stream right now.
I know. Venmo me $12 and we'll be ripping packs for you guys. No, we'll have them rip till we hit. They call it some YouTubers actually call it. You'll know when it's a hit. That's not a hit either. You got a Leafeon. They call it. It's called Prismatic Evolutions, but some people nickname it Prismatic Executions because it's an expensive pack and you just get destroyed. Actually, right now, shout out to Fanatics. Affiliate link in the description. Rip another one. Every time it's $12.
We're losing.
PK's live right now on Fanatics, and he's probably ripping Prismatic for other people. So actively, my dad is just burning money right now, ripping through Prismatic packs. But PK's selling them at least over there on Fanatics. So I'm making money and losing money at the same time.
Yeah.
But it's good. It's attrition. It's helping our pallet investments. We do have some.
Making the other. We throw these away. It's making the other ones.
We have some Prismatic on the pallets.
Circulation. Wow.
Yeah. There's got to be a hit in this SPC somewhere. Go for another one.
Nothing in here.
So far, he's gotten 4 for 4 on just hollow rares. No hit, no EX, no nothing, no full art.
I'm not gonna have any luck telling people to invest in Pokemon if I.
The experience shares.
But you sell them. Without opening them. You keep them in the boxes, and you.
That's what we invest in.
You invest in.
Our exit strategy for our pallet is not to rip all the packs because we would get destroyed. Our exit strategy is to sell the packs and have someone else rip them. That's the strat. The experience share says I bought Bitcoin for the first time last month, partly because of you, Dan. I'd always written it off and scoffed at it, but I'm currently way up and feeling very bullish on it. Well, the experience share, I remember the username. That is the one that I said back in January that I didn't expect Crown Zenith to double by next year. I've admitted defeat. I'm going to reiterate admitting my defeat. Crown Zenith's over $10 a pack right now. So I had a lot of it. I don't think I bought any more because of you, but maybe I bought a little bit more. Maybe there was hindsight, I should have bought more than I did. But shout out to the experience share for getting that Crown Zenith call very, very correct when I was wrong. Knock towel, another knock towel. He's over 5 right now, getting executed on Prismatic Executions.
How much would I have paid for all this? You said $12
$12 a pack.
$12 a pack.
That would be like a deal, I think. Let me double check. Keep going. You gotta get a hit.
I gotta get. What if I don't? We're gonna keep opening.
That's the rule with gambling. Not financial advice, but when you gotta go till you hit. The hit's always right around the corner, right? Prismatic Evolution. Let's see what a pack is. TCG player on a pack is $11.53. I was close, $12. But we're probably selling them for about 12 and a half on stream right now. So yeah, he's gonna rip till he hits. Papa Ketchum in the house. Enjoyed the live, a good mix-up and in deep dive of other people's perspective. Chef's kiss that he has been pronouncing it Pokemon.
What is I saying? What am I doing?
I don't even say it right. I say Pokemon. It's like Pokemon. It's supposed to be. But if you listen to if you watch Johto League, Indigo League, if you watch the original anime, they say Pokemon. It's more like Pokemon, but it's supposedly Pokemon. I say Pokemon. Is that the one? Yeah, that's your hit. Okie dokie he got. Okie dokie. We're getting destroyed over here.
Gotta slow down.
He did buy dinner tonight, so he's getting me back with ripping these prismatic packs. Here we go. How old was Papa Ketchum when he learned market cycles, especially down cycles, are opportunities?
On sale.
On sale.
It's on sale.
Yep. You believe in it?
I always buy it. Like I said, I buy properties that you wouldn't buy unless you could do the work. I guess you could do your work yourself. I understand. There's still deals out there. I talk about it. I do a little bit of goofing around I comment on some stuff on TikTok once in a while. And this one guy, can't think of his name. It doesn't matter. But and he made a little funny video about me. And he kind of was being a little bit of a wise guy. And he goes, it's just the deals. You just got to go find the deal. The way he was saying it was kind of goofy and it was just kind of funny. Like I said, the deals are out there. You just got to know where to look, and you got to be able to. I guess it makes the deals better when you can do the stuff like the Pokemon. The deal for me is better because Dan does it for a living, and when I get into a house, I have not only myself, my brother, and my friends, and everybody, and I have equipment and everything. I'm not just like I don't have to hire everything done. I hire very little bit done on a house. Tape and sheetrock, although I did hang and tape the sheetrock in this, and it actually come out pretty good. I can do it. It's just there's an art form to it. Definitely a skill set. But for your first, I think somebody's talking about coming up with a thing. It's like the more you can learn and do yourself, even if it's not perfect. Every time you can save it, hiring a few.
We got to hit. It's his favorite Pokemon too. He's gonna have to, I'm gonna make him PC this one. If he doesn't want to take it home with him tonight, I'm going to hold on, let me get a sleeve. I got a card saver.
Sleeve. What's it?
Oh, it's probably $1. It's a Pikachu EX. It's $1 from a $12 pack. But I'm gonna put this in a card saver for him. I'm gonna make him PC this. If you don't want to take it home, I'm gonna put it on pallet 4. I'm gonna sandwich it between a bunch of the boxes.
Actually, I definitely want to do that.
So we're gonna put it. This is gonna be on pallet 4. A forced PC for his first hit ever, his favorite Pokemon. So look at that.
And I'll sign it, and whoever buys pallet 4 will get that.
Yeah, it's poetic. But yeah, RU Smack says, bought my first home from TCG Stock Investments as a duplex. From my father, I occupy one of the 2 units. Tips on snowballing the home investments in the future. Currently on a 15 deal on house number 1. I've never invested in real estate. I've owned 2 houses, and both have been my primary residences. But there's so much content out there about house hacking, living in one side of a duplex, renting out the other side, 529 exchanges. Like, I know a lot of the verbiage behind it, but I don't think I'll ever do it. You never.
Does your dad have other properties you're going to eventually be able to buy into? I guess would be the first question. I need to know, I'm not a huge fan. I know some people are huge fans on you borrow. Like there's one guy that comes on, and I kind of asked him a question, and this was a TikTok guy too, and he's very aggressive, and he's like, before you know it, in 8 years you'll own 8 houses, or you'll own 4 houses. You'll buy a house every other year, and you just keep borrowing. And the numbers, he says they make sense. They don't make sense. Nobody's loaning you money like that. It helps out if you can buy something from somebody like if I always said if my kids wanted to get in, or maybe a grandkid wanted to get into houses down the road, obviously I could help them do that with my own properties, and they could slowly work into them, or I could help them with properties or whatever. But a lot of it, like I say, I'm not a huge fan of borrowing and getting into 8 or 10 houses. Because when things go and people are like, well, you never know. You just keep making money like you're just printing money. It's like, well, when COVID happens and I got lucky. So I told you about the house. I have the house there that I'm trying to get back, and I'm losing some money on it. But like I say, with the market and stuff, it'll probably turn around for me. All my tenants worked during COVID. All my tenants paid. I'll have 8 or 10 units that you owe money on 7 or 8 of them, and then have a situation where half of them stop paying, or a third of them stop paying, and then worry. Always. I've never been a big fan of not being able to cover my debt and stuff, relying on other people to cover my debt, and that'd be my biggest thing. As far as snowballing, I'd like to control the speed of the snowball. Invest in other things. The fact that you bought your first, I'm assuming you're fairly young. You live in one unit, so basically you're building equity, and you're kind of living for free. Now I'd push really hard to pay that off, unless a really, really great deal comes along. I'd probably try to get that paid off as quick as I could, and then move into my next deal. You don't want to miss a deal, I guess, if you're comfortable, and I don't know what kind of money you're making otherwise, and how secure you are. It helps if, like you said, you're bought from your father, so your father's kind of in the background in a position where things go bad, he can kind of help. Maybe your payment's not set like it is with a bank. That helps too. So I'd have to know more like your situation and stuff. But you're already doing. You own a house. You're in a house. You're living kind of for not. You're building equity and getting paid to do it. That's a huge plus. So keep doing it. Just I'm probably a little more careful. I know some people that just every chance somebody will. As soon as they build equity, they want to borrow and buy the next one. They build equity, they want to borrow and buy the next one. Just run the scenario in your head if that goes wrong, and what you're gonna do. Are you willing to lose all that stuff? I've never done that. I've sold stuff. I've had taxes come up. I made a good year, and then I thought I did great, and then I owe taxes, and I've sold stuff to pay my taxes and stuff. So try to avoid having to sell stuff off or lose. You definitely don't want to lose stuff, or be in worse shape in 5 or 10 years than you are today.
It's ironic to say this, but like with a father-son investment duo investing in cardboard by the pallet, we're both fairly conservative. We're both like anti-debt, anti-leverage, all that stuff. I'm not a huge Dave Ramsey guy, but I'm familiar with his work, and he has anecdotes of mortgages being called early and nearly like losing his marriage, nearly losing everything he had.
He did.
He he is on his second wife, isn't he? Or no?
No, he lost. I think his wife. They stayed together, I believe.
Yeah.
But he lost everything. He started out real aggressive.
Leverage.
And he went bankrupt. So he's actually a big fan, surprisingly, in some cases, and I'm dealing with the other side of bankruptcy. Someone filed against me on this house. He's got people trying to dig out from debt, really, really bad debt. And I like I said, Dave Ramsey could say, who's this guy? This goofball invested in Pokemon and owns a couple of houses, and he's talking to me. I'm a multi-million, whatever. But I still don't agree, and you don't have to. Like I said, you can learn from him. And if you follow his rules and stuff, you'll probably do good. Try to avoid the digging out from 100 or 150 grand, in debt. But if you owe it all on credit cards and stuff, I would say that's I listened to another lady on TikTok, and I kind of just listened to her, and I messaged her back and forth, and she's a bankruptcy lawyer, and she's a fan. She's a little bit more of a little too much of a fan of bankruptcy, and he's a little bit too much of a fan of never going bankrupt and stuff. There's a happy medium.
Always know people's biases. I actually was listening recently. I used to watch Graham Stephan a little bit, which is like relevant because he used to talk a lot about real estate and house hacking and things like that. 529 exchanges, like I mentioned earlier. But he does I don't watch his main channel anymore, and I haven't for a long time. I used to watch him, Andre Zick, and other people. The iced coffee hour that he does with his buddy Jack, his coworker. They had, and I'm not like I'm aware of Alex Hormozy. I don't follow his main content, but he was on the iced coffee hour, and I took a note of one of his quotes. My channel, he said, my life is a documentary, not a sermon. I think that's huge. Like that's what this channel is, a documentary of my truth, my story, my background, my experiences, my culmination of my knowledge. It's a documentary, not a sermon. I'm not preaching gospel. Please don't blindly follow me. Please don't blindly follow my dad. Please don't try to copy, imitate, emulate us, because I always say this too. Same arena, different rules, different everything. Take into account what we say. Maybe let it guide your thoughts, but at the end of the day, just use this to make your own choices. And what I say, what my dad says, what Alex Hormozy says, what Dave Ramsey says, what Graham Stephan says. Please don't blindly follow anyone. Take personal responsibility and make your own choices and stand by them and know why you made them. And it's, yeah.
The Knicks lost.
Oh no.
In overtime, 138 to 135.
I think it was a good game. At least they took out
a couple, maybe a couple overtimes it went into. I'm not really sure. I just picked up part of it. Some of the scores, not really, just the end of it.
Mark wants to know, what SV set are you most invested in? Like I said, it is not gospel. It is not a sermon. It is a documentary. Don't imitate, don't copy my investment outlay. But here's what it is. I'm going to show you exactly. I'm big on transparency. I'm big on, like, this is what I'm doing and why. Feel free to follow along on my journey if you want to, but you also don't have to. I'm not trying to sell you anything. I do offer consignment. I do sell some stuff, but generally I'm not like doing a sales pitch. I'm telling you what I'm buying and why. So our single biggest joint holding is, I know we're kind of covering it. Let me just turn our camera off for a second. It's not really needed here.
Aren't any good.
Iron Boulder, no. He's still opening more because somebody said it wasn't a hit. No, open them all. Open them all. There's got to be something better. So our biggest single holding is Obsidian Flames. We have 16 cases between the 3 pallets. Second would be Temporal Forces and Base. We have 14 of each. And that's clearly, in hindsight, Paldea Evolved did better. Twilight Masquerade did better. Some of these we could have done better than we did. But yeah, that's what our holdings are. It's again, it's not a sermon, it's a documentary.
I was gonna send it, or I sent it to you, didn't I? A text the other night.
Oh, here we go.
My text to Dan was my first statement was gonna be when we started out. And now I'll say it now because we're talking about Dave Ramsey and Dan's ideas, my ideas, and the what do you call it? Not a sermon. And it's you can I'll say it's my saying. Probably somebody else said this, but you can learn from everyone you meet. You just have to learn if it's good information or bad information.
Yeah, sometimes.
And that takes the experience. The only way to get 40 or 50 years of experience is listen to somebody with that experience, and then you still gotta, and then it takes 40 to 50 years to get that experience yourself.
Sometimes people are role modeling the good behavior. Sometimes people are role modeling the bad behavior to avoid, but yeah. Mark says, regarding my previous question that I just took, to be more specific, which are you most invested in, and which do you think you will be most invested in by the end of the era? So honestly, as I said earlier, I don't think we're going to substantially add to the SV stuff unless it goes sub MSRP, unless it goes sub wholesale, sub 100 again. As of right now, we're most invested in Obsidian. And I think within a year, 2 years from now, I don't see us adding substantially to any of this. Maybe Destined will go sub MSRP. Maybe we'll add another 10, 12 cases. That would get us in the Obsidian range. If it doesn't, though, if Retro wins that bet, we won't add a whole lot more. Maybe we'll add no more. We're just gonna play it by feel. He got just a hollow rare again. We're getting destroyed here.
Look at my Pikachu.
Do we hold any slabs for investments? No, not really. I'm long cardboard and I'm short plastic. The premium that goes on graded cards is absurd to me in most instances. I'm bullish on prismatic executions, not the singles. I'm bullish on people having a couple beers, going live with their dad on YouTube, and their dad just bricking our lives away, just losing all the money.
Other games. We have to write this up.
I'm bullish on the experiences. God packing coming. Unfortunately, not so far. I'm You might have to have a bathroom break in a second.
Oh boy.
Did Papa catch him? I had my wife bring me 2 more beers, so I'm on my 4th beer right now without a bathroom break. It's gonna be coming soon. He did hear that he said his Pikachu was his favorite Pokemon. Why is Dan doing a live with his brother? I thought it was supposed to be his dad today. We got Ajith Raha.
Thank you for that compliment.
Flattering my dad. Will Pallet 5 see any slabs on it or just sealed? All sealed. I don't see. We have 1 single. We have Pikachu EX going on the slab, on the pallet, but I don't see any slabs going on it. No, Fluttermane.
No,
he is
breaking out. Getting down.
There's like 5 packs left in this SPC, and he's pulled all hollow rares aside from 1 Pikachu EX. We're getting destroyed.
That's why I don't gamble very often. I play some pull tabs at the local VFW and Legion with a friend of mine when he wants to play, and I always say I'm happy to donate $10. I do about $10, and I'm always happy to donate to the local VFW and the local Legion. I don't ever feel like, and I win. Actually, I win once in a while. I don't even. If I win, I buy. You kind of buy around for the bar, and
you want to sit across from the people buying the pull tabs because you don't take in the losses and you just get the free beers when they hit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Even when they're down, they could be down $700-800, and they'll still buy you a drink. They're happy.
We have a couple more questions. I really do have to take a bathroom break though.
Go.
How do you store the pallets? Basement, garage, and air conditioning? I'll be really quick. I'll be right back. But my dad's gonna talk a little bit about the pallet storage. It's
storage.
Yeah.
Oh, the pallet storage.
Fully insured too.
It's fully insured. Dan makes sure it's fully insured, and didn't seem like it mattered at first a real lot, but obviously it matters. It matters more now because there's there's more invested, and I can actually I might separate some if we get a little bit more. Maybe I'll have it not in one building, but Dan's insurance, I guess we do cover it. And it's in my garage. My garage is radiant heat in the floor. It stays about 60 all winter long, and it's very, very well insulated and kind of closed up in the summer. It probably doesn't fluctuate 20-25 degrees year round. Not really any issue with moisture and stuff. I think these things are packed to where a little bit of moisture and stuff wouldn't really bother them. And my garage is very the newer garage, and it's pretty tight. So I think they're stored pretty well. Okay, here. Dan's on his way back. Case for your.
If you want it.
Oh.
I brought the components for.
Oh boy.
A beverage. No pressure.
I'll run up. Dan just brought me.
I brought
him. What I brought. We'll do another commercial for little Jim Beam.
Just in case we go longer, I brought him the components for a beverage.
I think my daughter-in-law set up a pillow and something on the couch if I do drink some of that.
Just in case we end up going, like I said, if people have questions, feel free to keep them coming. I'm getting the IPAs. I'm feeling good, having a good time. We're increasing the attrition. Did you pull anything while I was gone?
I didn't even. I was telling them about the storage is like I was saying. It's my garage. Everything's high and dry. And it doesn't change much and stuff. And you have it insured.
Shout out to Collect Insure.
Pretty safe.
This is crazy.
Killed. Maybe I should have a Jim Beam and Ginger, and then things will start to go the other way.
He's 10 packs in. He has 9 hollow rares, and then a Pikachu EX. Let me see what I'm gonna look it up on TCG Player right now. Pikachu EX.
I'm a better Pokemon investor than I am a.
It's worth $2.
Oh, waiting for it. I'm a better investor than I am apparently.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to start my live streaming anytime soon.
Missouri MTG says, wow, they finally got Papa Fisherman. Mitty says, definitely print out a frame of you holding the Pikachu up to go along with the card and the palette. I know me personally, I'm gonna PC some of these cards that my dad's opening right now. Maybe he'll sign a couple. Maybe they'll be available. Probably won't sell them. I'll feel weird selling them, but maybe a giveaway in an upcoming live stream. We'll see. But one's definitely gonna hit my PC binder, and I'll probably put one or two in my kids' binders too. I'm gonna make him keep the one on pallet 4 as well.
Yeah. My wife just texted me that I'm sleeping on the couch tonight. She saw the Jim Beam. She hasn't seen me. I haven't drank any of it yet, so
yeah, it's only one high noon in. He's one high noon in, and the IPAs are going back.
Yeah, I've been sipping on this for 3 hours, so I'm probably still safe.
He's fine as of right now, but we'll see where the night goes.
If I get into that, I'll definitely. I got to work tomorrow. We got to do we got to do tomorrow. I don't know if Tony, my friend Tony's watching. I do HVAC where we're doing a couple split system up in Barneville tomorrow. We started the install before, roughed it in. We're gonna start doing the rest of the install unless the weather messes us because we got to run some line sets and stuff outside. Some of these rip better than others.
Oh, see how bad I am too. We have Mega Evo Mart says, "Are you sure he didn't skip over a reverse Pokeball or something? 0 out of 9 is pretty bad." That's how bad I am. He actually had, yeah.
Oh, I got something in there.
Well, it's like it's not a real hit in my opinion. He actually has a Slow King Master Ball.
Yeah.
So there's 2 different variants. So you see, I'm gonna educate him in case he becomes streamer number 4.
Yeah.
Mega Evo Mart's educating me too. So it's a regular reverse hollow. This one has a Master Ball in the background. It's got the texture you can feel.
Yeah.
And then some of them will have a Pokeball, some will have a Master Ball. So he did pull a Slow King Master Ball that I entirely forgot to have him look for. I'm gonna check the rest of his pile.
See that?
He pulled a Noctowl Pokeball. That's like, I wouldn't classify it. Oh, you missed this one. See how it's like the full, well, it's not full.
I thought there's more than one thing in there.
He did pull a Glaceon EX. So yeah.
Up to now.
There's probably an Umbreon EX in here somewhere. Okay, now he's pulling stuff.
Now we're getting in there.
They're still terrible, but he
pulled
a
2 things in this. This is on
Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. So we have some hits. I forgot to have him check. Oh, you had a Max Rod too. I wasn't paying close enough attention.
Yeah, recheck all these.
So there's an A spec. There's but nothing more than $2 or $3. I don't think.
I'm not faking not knowing when I'm. Yeah. This isn't a.
There's another Pokeball.
I don't secretly.
There's another Pokeball there, but we'll do a full recap when he's done with the SPC. But market value of these things is like $220 or something crazy.
Of the
thing that we opened. Oh, there's another Pokeball. But yeah, that's nuts.
So what are they? Are they worth anything?
Like what's a Dusclops Pokeball, chat? $1? Maybe? So here, I'll show all the Pokeballs. He's got the PC Pikachu. So here's 3 Pokeballs. Terrible. Dusclops, Noctowl, Professor Sada's Vitality. So 3 Pokeballs. A Master Ball Slowking, which I think it's good to hit a Master Ball in 12 packs or whatever. An A-Spec Max Rod. And then Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, Glaceon EX, so 2 EXs. And the Pikachu EX, so 3 EXs. Couple more cards in front of me. Nothing here. PK and Pong are gonna watch, and they're like, "Oh man, he's not gonna be streamer number 4."
No,
I'm not gonna be streamer number 4 either. Crispin, Pokeball, so we got another Pokeball. So we're getting things, but like, I feel like Prismatic Executions is an apt description of what's going on right now. Wait until he opens the God Pack, though. We'll see. Oh, there we go. It's a regular. So the really good cards will take up the whole card. Like this is called like a half art. The art box of the Pokemon only covers half the card. But like a full art, it'll cover the whole card. Like see this Metazoo card, it's covering like 3/4 of the card. And then these cover like the whole card. That's like a full art card. Where this has the Pokemon, and then a text box. So he did pull the Umbreon though. It's, if I had to guess, it's probably $2 or $3. Let me see what it is. Yeah, I'll get back to the chat in a minute. I know I've been off it for a while, but we will catch up. Yeah, that Umbreon is $2. No way, that's terrestrial. That Umbreon's $5. So that's a $5 card from a $12 pack. I think that's our best hit so far. 2 more packs.
Yeah.
He's got 2 more packs. So the God pack is still in play.
Over, yeah.
We
that's
did
the
that.
guy. That's the one though. He got back to us. His rent pays for double the mortgage. Wow. That's good.
Oh yeah, so this is the house hacking.
Yeah.
Thank you for the wisdom. Currently renting the other unit. Currently pays for double the mortgage on the rental income alone. My dad is the same way as anti-debt, looking to clean the slate for sure. One thing you definitely need to do, like I currently am living in a house that is 20 years old. I just put in a driveway. I just had the driveway sealed. But maintenance is a big thing. Like I know my house is 20 years old. A roof is coming in the next 5 years or so. I have that earmarked. My furnace just got replaced last year, but my water heater's 20 years old. My siding, my windows, like there's always going to be some amount. Make sure you earmark some amount, what 1%, 2% per year of the house's value for maintenance. Those things will come up, depending on what you've got going on. But yeah, nice to hear of the success with real estate. If you were able to go back and load up on SV boosters, which ones would you get the most of now? Hindsight is 2020. It's obviously 2 hours ago we were talking about how we'd go back and we'd buy $2 Bitcoin and we'd be billionaires today, 100 millionaires today. Hindsight, we would buy tons of Surging Sparks from the open market at 110 a box. We'd buy tons of Twilight. We'd buy tons of like Paldea Evolved. Like when Paldea Evolved was 90 a box, 100 a box shipped. Today it's almost 300. You could have tripled your money in the past 8 months, 10 months. It's a silly exercise to go back and say what you would have done in hindsight when you know what the prices did. Biggest thing, what are you doing now? With everything taken into account, what are you doing now? And these pallets are what we're doing now. Like that's in black and white. These are what we're doing now. And again, it's not a sermon, it's a documentary. Please don't just copy and blindly follow. Silence is good says the wind of change is coming with Mega. The evolution trend will fade to let place to something else. Hope people understand this. I don't know what it is yet. Yeah, Mega evolutions are coming back this fall. We'll see what happens. I've been around for 11 years. Back in my day, XY era, the Megas. I'm a fan of all that. We'll see where it all goes. If I appreciate the advice. I'm looking to get into the investing side after ripping packs my whole life and kind of have a gauge on what I think is the best to do, but you obviously have more capital than I do. Yeah, definitely take into account what everyone you listen to, everyone you follow, different opportunity costs, different safety nets. My safety net's sitting right next to me. If all this goes to zero, I could I could surf on his couch for a few months while I figure out what the future holds. Not everyone has that. That is a benefit. That is a backstop that I have that I don't take for granted. Not everyone has that. Grimer. Shout out to Grimer. He's
we're both terrible.
Yeah, who's the better fisherman? I'm a lifetime license holder in New York State, and I haven't used it in so long. I need to be better. My daughter and my son actually, they both want to go fishing. We gotta plan some fishing trips.
Yeah.
This summer.
Yeah.
I want to make the meme become more of a reality. I have a lot of plans. We actually have our next camping trip is already planned with the scouts. About a month from now, we're gonna be going to a local state park. Try to do a little fishing there. I've got the license and I just don't use it. So, but yeah, we're both.
Both fish. We're fishermen. We're not catchermen.
Yeah, yeah. If what's the saying?
Teach a man to fish.
Well,
That one?
there's a lot of sayings around fishing, but like it's called fishing, not catching. Like it's a process that doesn't always lead to the desired outcome.
You can buy fish on the way home.
Yeah. If we get a Pokemon Pocket set, that will hit the pallet in large numbers. We will be very bullish. I will advise my dad financially to heavily invest in a Pokemon Pocket set. Overall, is Fanatics live streams lower margin but higher volume? Have you found it to be more consistent than when you were focused on mainly buying raw, selling slabs? The margin is pretty
quick, not very big.
Yeah. The margin's pretty decent on what I'm doing right now. Like it's all relative, right? When I was buying raw, grading, selling on my own eBay, the risk was higher in some regards, but the margin was higher too. But the active labor, the active work was harder, more involved. More of what I do now is just buy at this percent of market, sell at this percent of market, and just iterate over and over again. So there's ebbs and flows. There's ups and downs in the demand. I don't know what the future will hold with it, but so far 6 months into the experiment that is live streaming, it's gone really well. So really happy. Cheers from Canada. What's your opinion on Hidden Fates long term? Other alt arts have kind of overshadowed Hidden, but my biggest position and one of my favorite modern sets, it did really well early. It did really well out of the gate. Kind of just like Celebrations way up there. I don't hold much Hidden sealed. I didn't realize the gains that a lot of it has done in the past couple months. Obviously, it was stagnant for years, and then in the past few months, it's kind of rocketed up. But so has SV, so has Sword Shield. I sell a lot of stuff like too early, and I probably always will. The pallets are an exercise in trying to minimize that, trying to make me force hold things longer. But I like Hidden a lot. But opportunity cost, you could have done a lot better in the past few years than you did on Hidden. So I try to keep things turning over generally more. Just finished my collector showcase stream, and so happy the fam is still going strong. Thanks for being here, Pete That Chew. Appreciate you coming back. Hidden Fates are definitely doing something big right now. But in the meantime, like in the past several years of you holding that money in Hidden, you missed out on a lot of gains in Sword Shield, in Scarlet Violet. So opportunity cost, it's tough. It all depends on how much time you have though. I love SM210. It's an amazing set. I don't know what people were laughing at 10 minutes ago. Probably bricking on the packs. 2 more packs though. 2 more packs. Is there a God pack? There might be. There's a lot of people coming in late. Your reaction to when I told them weeks in advance that I was going to quit my job. And like one thing I said earlier, I'm grateful for more than anything financial my parents provided to me, is the support in being a safety net, in being like supportive of everything I did in life, going to college, going to quit my job and put my degrees on the back burner and do Pokemon full time. That very, very supportive throughout all of it. But yeah, we covered that earlier. Pretty standard prismatic opening. Yes, Hidden Fates was stagnant for a long time. SM210 though, the promo is doing big things. Prismatic does hurt. Pragmatic disillusions. Dan's dad hitting the protein shaker with the DeWalt shirt and Dan drinking IPAs while ripping Pokemon cards is fantastic. Having a good time for sure. Hopefully everyone out there is too. I haven't seen this footage myself. Has Has Dad seen Dan's one-on-one footage from Chicago? He's probably not familiar with the lore, but up behind you, there's a gray felt hat Pikachu. I have he hasn't been around in a while. Shout out to Brad G Cards. Where are you? Where have you been? He must be mad at me since I won the bet. But I've got a fan slash troll that's been following me for a while. Brad. He's always in my he used to always be in my chats, always causing a
I think
ruckus.
I read some of his
But he challenged me. I'm 6'4". I'm publicly you can't see it through the camera, but I'm tall. I'm 6'4". He challenged me. He bet $100 at the time. Gray felt hat was $100. He challenged me and bet $100 on a one-on-one competition. We played to 11. The man smokes more than just cigarettes, I think, but he was huffing and puffing. He was dead by the third time we played half court, and it was bad. I gave him open shots all night long, all day long. He gave me open shots too that I missed. I just drove the basket. All my points were scored driving the basket, scoring on him. I crushed him 11-2, 11-3 maybe. He made 1-3 I think, and it was embarrassing. I've never seen the footage myself. I don't think the footage will ever surface. But hey, who was filming? Grimer, Spat. Who was filming? I can't remember. Hopefully that comes out someday. But I will forever have that card in my PC, beating Brad on the courts in Chicago. So that's a deep PC item. Skater Nesto, nice to see you in here, Ernie. Question for Dad. What was it like to have a tall son with literally zero chance to make it to the NBA? Thank you.
Never thought about it.
It's funny. Like,
he wasn't actually tall. When we dropped him off for college, he was my height.
I was gonna say
we were both about the same. I think he just got when he started college, we dropped him off, and he actually grew during college. He grew 6 inches.
I'm gonna see. I'm not logged in. I think high school graduation. I want to say I was the same size. I was the same height as him. And yeah, I don't even have the correct password saved. I don't use Facebook at all. But I think if I scrolled back far enough in Facebook, I think I could find a high school graduation photo, and we were like the same size. It was the summer of senior year, all the way to the summer of like freshman to sophomore year in college. I grew so much. Unfortunately, I was not tall in high school. I was like a point guard. In high school, I was a point guard, shooting guard, and in college, intramural, I played as like a center because I was 6'4", but I didn't know how to play. I never played down low. I wanted to be a shooter on the perimeter, and I didn't know what I was doing. So, let me see. Oh man, I don't use Facebook at all, but some of these pictures are hilarious. I don't have any of me and you as my profile picture. There's me as a fisherman though. Oh, hold on. There's me as a fisherman way back in high school. This was on that was on Oneida Lake. That was wearing a Met shirt, sporting the Met shirt way back when, over 10 years ago. This was on the Sundancer. Must have been, right? 2009. That wasn't the Rinker.
That would have been
the Sundancer.
Yeah. When I was at college.
I would have to scroll back so far. I don't use Facebook, but my wife tags me and stuff with the kids, which I like. But I don't have any graduation photos handy. At some on maybe on stream too. Maybe a year from now, maybe sooner than that. We'll have to do some more reminiscing. Oh, what's the best set from SV era in your opinion? I said it earlier. There are no called strikes in investing. Generally speaking, as of today, all depending on your opportunity cost, all depending on your blah blah blah, all those things. I would pile cash today. I think there will be better opportunities in 3, 6, 12 months. I am not buying substantially. We did just build Pallet 3 quickly, but we're not buying substantially for investment. We're gonna wait 3, 6, 12 months. Nice to see you in here, Hisoka, Mike. We are doing well over here. How tall is your dad? I'm 6'4". He's 5'11", going on 5'10".
5'10", going on 5'9".
5'10", going on 5'9", whatever it is.
I put 5'9" on my license today.
Yeah. Let's see.
Ellen, get someone on me.
I don't know what that's in reference to exactly, but these collectibles has never sold, only bought. It's just fun to keep building and checking the price of my stuff. I bought majority of them at least for like 10 to 15 Canadian. How's it going, UAP? UAP over there. I don't even know where UAP is today. You're not in the UK with Chloe and crew. Are you back in the Netherlands? Or are you're not in Japan right now, are you? Yes. Brad G Cards is indeed Helga. He is the Helga to my Arnold. I don't know if my dad will know the Hey Arnold reference, but you remember Hey Arnold?
Hey Arnold, yeah.
Remember Helga Pataki? She was like the bully that bullied Arnold, but like secretly loved him, and had the shrine in her closet.
Kinda, yeah.
That's what Brad G Cards is to me. He pulled a Vaporeon Hollow. Let's see if you have a. He has one pack left. He's opened a. Oh, you got another Pokeball. Reverse Hollow. We got one more Pokeball Reverse Hollow. But we're getting destroyed. Dad, if you had to pick one personality trait about Dan that you don't feel he got from you, that's your favorite, what would it be and why? So a personality trait about me that I didn't get from you, that's your favorite. Why? Colt's always got a good question.
Yeah, I think. I don't know. It's great, really good in school. As far as
grade wise.
Yeah, grade wise and stuff. Just well, both the kids made it easy, which was good because I was a kid when I had my kids. So they made it easy. So they were fine. I guess I'm responsible, but they were good. They were good at school, good at learning and stuff. Probably got that from their mom. Their mom was. I wasn't a. I just got through.
She was salutatorian of
small class, 17. But still she even in a big school with a better her growing up wasn't great. So she was, I think they were better at that. Both of my kids are schooling and stuff. They got more. I was good. I was good at. I offset my C average with a 105 average.
Get degrees.
I offset my C's with my A pluses in shop class and BOCES and stuff like that. I built when the kids were building tissue cover boxes and stuff. I was building a boat. I built a Volkswagen. In small engine class and BOCES, I built a Volkswagen dune buggy. And then my guidance counselor still told me he still was against me just like going to work at a local tractor supply company and stuff. He always told me he wasn't happy with what I was headed into. I remember he always thought I had more potential than to just go be a mechanic and a welder and stuff. Do what I did.
How did your dad get into numismatics and what caused him to stick with it? Did he have other collectible passions prior to numismatics? So he does junk silver primarily, but not really like collectible coins. But if you want to talk on the junk silver a little bit.
I guess my plan someday is to see what there's a silver value, and then there's going to be some collectible stuff in there. I've gotten some fairly good deals. I don't have a ton. I got a decent amount of it, so it'll all be picked through, and I guess for like rare stuff someday. I don't feel like carrying furnaces and stuff like that up and down cellar stairs.
That's the nice thing about buying junk silver is like you buy in, and cardboard has zero intrinsic value. We all love it. We value it. We collect it. We get nostalgia, all that stuff. But silver has actual like an intrinsic value. He buys a lot of junk silver at melt value, and then you have that upside. You have the potential upside as numismatic value. If you find an early 1910, 20, 30 wheat penny, or if you find a early mercury dime, one of the key dates, semi-key dates, I said it in chat, but I broke the seal. I'm the IPAs are going back. I gotta pee again. Pokey Chef wants to know, so talk him through. Take at least 2 minutes while I pee. So Pokey Chef, he's actually a chef down in Raleigh, North Carolina area. He wants to know the process behind building a smoker. You might have a cell in here if you can custom build a smoker for him. Yeah.
He wants to know how to do it though.
Yeah, talking through the process of like buying a drum,
how to build a smoker.
building the offset smoker.
Like I said, I have to know your skill set as far as with welding and fabricating and stuff. It's probably get with some old timer. If you got, I don't know what your area. He was saying where you're from, Raleigh or. I would say, I'm a young old timer, I guess. Anyone that wants to cook, smoke stuff, whatever, and like he said you're a chef. So you feed some old welding dudes, and they'll let you come in their shop and work with them. You finish the night out or start, afternoon and make some good food, and they'll help you build whatever you want to build. You can start with scrap stuff. You can buy new material. I don't know what your plans are. If it's something you want to use actually in a restaurant and stuff, you probably got to start out with newer stuff. But like I said, not knowing what as far as your skill set with fabricating and welding and stuff, find some old timers and get in cooking with them and stuff. Tell them you want a smoker and see what they like to eat, and then they'll teach you. You teach them cooking techniques and stuff, and they'll teach you the welding, the fabricating, all that type of stuff. There's a lot of, and that's young kids too. There's a lot of old timers around in old shops and stuff, and a lot of them. I know a guy that runs a shop in Poland, New York. He does all he does is fix starters and generators. Shout out to Gary Sneath up in Poland. And if you got a bad start, you got a starter on anything. You can walk in as you're walking in the door. You can barely walk in the door because there's piles of starters and alternators everywhere, and I don't think there's anybody to replace them. He's had a couple of young guys, like I say, a young guy that want to learn that trade and stuff could get in there. Like you're saying, someone that wants to build something. There's a lot of guys just do it on the side. What do you say? He's a chef or like a restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you have chef. So people like food, and they'll teach you how to weld and fabricate, and or I can come down. I don't know. Get me in a shop somewhere. I can come down. You feed me, whatever. A couple guys that like to eat.
And I will say, I started on custom built stick burners that my dad built using burning hickory. I'm spoiled these days by the I've got a pit boss that I've got an app for, and I just set it overnight and I go to bed and it's got a hopper full of hickory pellets, and I'm getting spoiled by that. It would be hard to pivot back to the stick burner. I've done the, like I said earlier, we used to do some of the benefits, some of the graduation parties, 12, 16-hour cooks, whole pigs, whole hogs, tending to the smoke box every little bit, opening the dampener and closing and opening the smokestack. And I don't know if I could go back. I'm very spoiled by the pellet smokers, but I think overall you get a better product from the stick burner pack. He's got to do.
I was looking to see if I had a
picture of the
smoker. A smoker on the last thing I did was I did a whole pig for a friend of mine's daughter's graduation a little while back, and the problem with these awesome phones is you end up with thousands and thousands of pictures.
I would picture it here.
That was that was the smaller one.
Sausage and chicken.
You can show that.
I literally I went to Google Photos and I searched smoker.
If you have one from
I don't have one showing the whole thing. At least not here.
2 years ago. Probably further back than I think it is.
Yeah, it probably is. I back in my old house, I used to have one. That one got pretty up there in age. It ended up rotting out essentially. And did you scrap that one, or is that one still kicking around somewhere?
That one there I think you just brought up.
That was like a 250.
That one got pretty.
That one's
That one got a
smaller.
little soft. That one I think I ended up getting rid of.
Oh, Pikachu says the audio's cutting in and out. I might have been talking too quietly, and it might not have been picking me up. I'll try to. I was talking this way too. I'll try to talk more into the mic. Ernesto's falling asleep in chat because Gemmit Pokemon's asking Collector Boy questions. Ernesto's a common person in the chat who he's very more money oriented than collector oriented. Yum, bro, we talking about money in here. Zach wants to know, which investing plays do you disagree the most on between each other? I don't know if that's with respect to Pokemon.
Well, any
Exactly.
investing?
But like the investing that he does is primarily more real estate and then the Pokemon investment pals. I wouldn't say I disagree with any. I think a lot of what an individual should invest in is very like temperament based, and it's very based in what experiences, what knowledge they have. And I think I do, and I have said this to him before. I think he should have more equities. I think he should have more traditional stocks, all that stuff. But what he's done in real estate, what he's done buying cheap houses, fixing them up, flipping them, I can't fault that whatsoever. Like the returns, what he's been able to do because of his knowledge, because of his experience, I can't fault it whatsoever. So, when I look at his portfolio, it's like, man, you got to get more equities, you got to get more exposure to traditional stuff. But realistically, like he's investing primarily in his wheelhouse, and he's done well with real estate
And Pokemon.
and Pokemon. Yeah, he's got a good Pokemon financial advisor.
Right.
Not financial advice. UAP's in Norway. Sorry, UAP. I knew I was wrong, but I couldn't think of what it was. Gemmit Pokemon's packing for Orlando now. I won't be at Orlando. And here's a good question for Dad. Where'd it go? When is Dad coming to a show?
I thought about that.
New Jersey. Let me pull up the calendar. Maybe we'll schedule him on one.
Actually, I have a couple of friends, and I was trying to should go down to Florida sometime. I have some friends down. One, if he's still watching, with his son.
Bob.
I think I might at some point be. I keep wanting to get down. And I have another friend, actually an older gentleman that taught me a lot about electrical and stuff in my first house. He helped me out a lot. He could answer a lot of questions and stuff, and he actually sold electrical and plumbing and all that stuff. So I could go in. Actually, fairly young. I just talked to him the other day for about 2 hours. He's my father's age. He's 84, 85. And he taught me a lot of stuff. He helped me, and I could walk into his place. It was actually a place right in the local town and stuff like that. And I could walk into his place with just with a notepad and grab what I needed and write it down and just walk out. And then I just would, he actually was kind of financing and plus giving me advice and helped me in this and that. Keep wanting to get down. I keep wanting to get down. He invites me down. He's got a place to stay. I had some stuff. My wife's had some medical stuff. So last few winters, I didn't really want to get away. Everything's going great with her. So I keep talking, and I plan on, like I said, I'm hoping soon to go down, and a friend of mine that's watching and stuff, maybe talked about flying down, and I think he's coming to visit this area. And my hope is to fly down a few days ahead of time and hang out, and then stop a couple places on the way up through and just hang out for however long. Just got to get away and do it, And it's fun. It'll be fun, and it'll be fun to talk, just hang out and talk. And
Well, Mom and my wife and my sister did a girls trip out to California a few months ago now. I forget exactly when it was, but maybe a a Florida guys trip is in the works. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I could go. Now that everybody maybe recognize me a little bit. I'll make sure I wear my DeWalt shirt.
Yeah. But on my schedule, I unfortunately won't be making Orlando. That is this weekend. PK's breaking a big box this weekend. Team Rocket Box. It's Memorial Day weekend. We've got a few Cub Scout events this weekend. But my next event is Cleveland Collecticon. And then after that is New Jersey Collecticon. Maybe New Jersey? New Jersey's not that far. That's drivable. 4 hours, 4.5 hours. Did your dad have to convince your mom on his collectibles habits? Was it a tough conversation or was it a thriving passion prior to them meeting?
Did I have to convince? That's for me.
Yeah.
Actually, my wife, and she's probably still watching, and she'll text. One thing she's always done. When the kids were young, she stayed home. She got done, so health insurance was kind of affordable. It didn't seem like at the time. I think my shop rate was about $25 an hour at the time. Health insurance was $300 a month. I had 2 mortgages. One I think was $250 to $70 a month, and the other one was I paid interest payment every 3 months, and then I paid whatever I could in between. So I guess I had about a $750 a month mortgage payment, $250 some truck payment, or $270 truck payment. But anyway, as far as getting back like financially and investment wise, my wife has always been. I could message her. I messaged her a few weeks ago and I said, I'm going to look at a property. It's pretty expensive. It's up on the lake and this is kind of my plans. And she said, oh, let me know how it looks. I mean, she's always supported me buying our first house, to my apartment houses, to the Pokemon, especially one thing, like if I say to my wife just texted me, she said she was all in. And if I tell my wife that I'm going to go do something that my son or my daughter wants, it would have to be really ridiculous before she's going to say, yeah, probably don't do that. Because she's definitely, even with as the grandkids get older, if they want to do something or whatever, she's always supportive of me. It's worked out, I guess. She's kind of always had my back, and if I show up with a new truck tomorrow, I stop by the dealer and come home with a new truck, she'll think it's a decent idea. She'll know I'll pay for it, and I'll get, it won't be an issue or whatever, and I'll do it because I think it needs to be done. And so as far as investing in Pokemon, and it's her son's business and stuff, yeah, she was like, she just texted me, she was all in.
So it's crazy. We opened a prismatic SPC. How many packs are there? Like, are there 12 or 16? Somewhere in there. I think we got lucky as far as like hit rates go. We got 1 Master Ball, a Slow King. And then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 5 Pokeballs. 3 are trainers. And the other 2 are Dusclops and Noctowl. I think 5 Pokeballs is crazy in that amount of packs, though. But we got destroyed. We got destroyed because they're terrible.
I just counted the empties. I think it was 16.
And then we got
15.
Maybe it's 15. Yeah, 15 sounds right. Because I think the Mew UPC is 16. And I think it was 1 less than that. We got 1 A-Spec, a Max Rod, which is fishing adjacent, so that's a good one. And then we got 4 because we got the Pikachu EX. We got 4 EXs. Overall, I think we got like a decent amount of hits, but the most expensive card was a $5 Umbreon. Like, we turned $12 packs into about... We turned a $200 SPC.
I got Pikachu.
Yeah, there's the Pikachu. His favorite Pokemon.
I'll sell this for $200. I'll sign it.
Yeah. 200. Oh, man. Zach, appreciate you. Zach gifting 20 memberships. Look at that lawnmower doing double duty.
Oh, that's why the lawnmower's going across.
Yeah, the lawnmower is because someone just gifted memberships. We appreciate you, Zach. Not necessarily, but we appreciate it. Uh, question for Papa Dan: what is something you would tell the generation of young adults growing up today?
Oh, there's a lot of opportunities. Just go out and try a bunch of stuff. I think in between school, like in between, like say 10th, 11th, even while you're still in school, get out and try different jobs. Uh, say the debt thing for education. Be careful. Obviously, we're seeing that that's not a, and some of it there. I think it's parents kind of just pushing it. They want, and everybody wants your kids to do better. I think, or they should. Um, but it's still I've seen where people have said whether it be a guidance counselor or a parent, doesn't matter how much debt you go in as long as you're getting your education, and it's kind of does matter. It does matter. Young kids, I think there's a ton of options. I know there's a lot of scary stuff going on, but keep it, kind of keep things area you can, like I say, and I clean houses when I was a kid for $3 an hour. I swept the local tractor supply thing and then I started painting tractors and changing tires, and I learned a small engine rebuild, and I was rebuilding small engines. And then for fun, after working till 5 o'clock at night, and to look forward to it, my buddy ran a skidder. I looked forward to it. I jumped into a 68 International and went and split firewood. And we did up to 300. We did 300 and some cord one year on the side. That was just a side thing. And I actually look forward to it. So as far as young people, try a bunch of stuff. Go mow lawns with anyone that's mowing lawns in the summer right now, they need a hand. Anyone, like I said, every little shop everywhere, anyone cleaning houses, anyone doing anything really, garages and stuff, they all need help, and you can learn different things. Learn everything. Learn everything you can. And just do it. It's got to make a little bit, like I say, you got to make sense. You're investing in yourself. So, and you can learn a ton on that phone in your hand. You can learn anything you don't know how to do. And buy some Pokemon cards every once in a while. And don't open them.
Yeah, don't open them. All the information of the world in our pockets. And we look at memes and gifs of cats and all different kinds of things. Cool. My final question for Dad: do you think Dan should keep the beard or shave it down to a 5 o'clock shadow like you? He's for the latter. My wife is for the latter as well.
Oh, I don't. I have a beard, but I'll have a beard in the wintertime. I don't know if probably no pictures. That one showed a little bit of long hair. I got a friend of mine that looks like a mountain man. Good friend of mine, Fred, runs a dairy farm and welds and does concrete, does everything. He does everything. And Dan's probably got a picture on here somewhere, but I get pretty, that one doesn't show much. I get pretty rustic looking. And then when I want to look about a little bit younger, I look fairly young. That's got a little bit of that's, I don't know if you can see that. That was a little bit of, there's some hair in a beard.
Let me see if I can show this.
I think I look a little bit older there. And that's not, my beard gets a lot. My beard gets a lot heavier than that.
Let's see. It's gonna be too hard to put it.
Just take a picture of it on your phone.
Here, let me see. If I screenshot, it'll actually be easier than trying to show.
And that doesn't do a lot of better than it, but winter. I think my wife likes it a little bit like it is. Sometimes she likes. I never say. Yeah. I actually never. That's me. That's me. That's not that long ago. That was actually.
He was opening Metazoo, right?
Opening Metazoo.
Yeah.
Opening Metazoo with my father. My father's always been very. My father and my brother, they're always very clean shaven. I don't even have a razor. I actually have a trimmer, a decent chargeable trimmer that almost gets it down to nothing, but that's about as far as I go ever. I don't like
That
I'm not a big maintenance like myself, mate, like as far as that type of stuff cutting hair.
well, that's one thing I say. I less grow a beard as I just don't shave. So I was a chemical engineer for 10 years. Theoretically, technically, I had a requirement of my job description that said I had to be clean shaven to wear a respirator for emergency needs. If and when something ever happened, I was not clean shaven more than half the days. I shaved a couple times a week. Sometimes I got in trouble for it. They're like, hey, you need to make sure you're good to go for a respirator. I always passed all my fit tests, but I've always described my facial hair as less like an intentional act and more as just like laziness. Out of like I don't shave. I don't grow a beard. I just don't shave. So yeah, I sounds like there were some audio issues there, but if people have audio issues, just refresh and it sounds like it fixes them. I apologize. I don't know why or how that happened. Um Ernesto's so funny. Question for Dan's dad. I make bad decisions daily. How do I get smarter? I tried reading, it didn't work. Thank you. Ernesto's he's a friend of the channel. He's if we go to Florida, Ernesto, if we're anywhere near Miami area, we will reach out. Hopefully we can meet up with his friend and Ernesto, my friend.
Well, you said you make bad decisions daily. Just stop making bad decisions daily. That's, I mean, you know you're making bad decisions. If the reading don't work, then watch a video. A picture's worth 1,000 words, so a video's worth a lot. Yeah, just don't stop making bad decisions.
There we go.
Text someone that doesn't get somebody. You must have somebody that doesn't make bad decisions. So text somebody your next thing you're going to do that you know is a bad decision and see what they think. And if for 3 or 4 people,
Ernesto, drop it in Discord. We will all tell you it's a terrible decision.
Yeah,
and then don't
there's
do
a lot of.
He has a big support system that he just won't lean on sometimes.
There's a lot of free advice out there,
and it's worth the price you pay.
A friend of mine says the juice. What does he say? A friend of mine, he's actually a crane operator. He's younger than me, but he's got these old person sayings and stuff like that. Yeah. And he says, "Is the juice worth the squeeze?" It's like, is it you're gonna have fun for a minute, but if it's gonna be a minute of fun and 20 minutes of pain, maybe don't do it.
Yeah. Just stop. Dan's dad 2025. Ernesto says yes, thank you. Ernesto's taking in the advice. Question: traditional or Pokemon investing if you're a 21-year-old growing up today? He's growing up in Norway as well, so I feel like that's relevant context. I would say personally, I don't know much how Norwegian investments do, but I'm very big on debt free. I'm very big on like filling the buckets, company match, all those things. But UAP, you're young. You got a good head on your shoulders, as far as I know. Invest in yourself. All the sappy things that people will say. I have faith in you. So it's kind of an answer, but a non-answer. I'm not gonna say like Pokemon over traditional. It all depends on what you think will do best for you.
Or also traditional investing or Pokemon investing?
Yeah, like stocks or Pokemon, basically.
Both.
4K no los dos. Why not both?
You don't borrow. Depend on, I don't know, like you said, you don't lose finances.
Young old timers, my new Discord name. Acknowledging being skeptical around education debt just brought dad to S tier status for me. Oh. Really not common for older generations to acknowledge this. Just great. Dan took MetaZoo all the way up the family tree. Man is dedicated. I have my grandparents, both my grandma and my grandpa, have ripped MetaZoo. So yeah, we're working on it. Zach, Question for both: what do you believe is the riskiest collectible purchase you've made, given the available information at the time? Me personally, like I knew when I was engaging with MetaZoo, like I know engaging in Pokemon, it's risky. I knew engaging in MetaZoo, a brand new TCG at the time, was way more, like exponentially more risky. And the downside happened. So far as I've engaged in it, the upside has happened for Pokemon, but the downside happened for MetaZoo 1.0. What will happen with 2.0 remains to be seen. But yeah, I knew when I was engaging in it, MetaZoo was majorly risky. What about you?
The riskiest collectible? Well, probably the
Pokemon, probably, right? Because
yeah, it'd have to be. That's I never. Unfortunately, I never gambled in or risked any money in Bitcoin when it was $2 a share.
Yeah.
I wish I had a couple. I could have bought. I actually sat at my computer back in when it would have been when GM and Ford were at about $1 a share, $1.50 a share.
Like 2008.
And I could have put at the time I had money. I could have put like say 50 grand in each. One would have went to nothing, and the other one would have went to I think about $750,000, give or take. To look back.
Yeah.
Obviously, I think it was GM went.
GM you can't even look at
GM
because
went broke.
Yeah. It went to
and
zero.
Ford. So if I put all into Ford, I was looking at it, like I say, they were both about $1.50 or whatever they got. Their lowest was that right? Buck or
and
two.
Then dividends. Well, I don't know if they did dividends.
So I could have bought it, and then if you look at I would have. What's their height?
Well, the peak
20, 25. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could have bought it for $2, and it went to 25. So 10x plus whatever.
But I always say, like, hindsight, it's so easy. It's so easy. You can't get too lost in it.
And you never would have thought that one of them actually would have went broke, and the other one would have. I think the only difference was Ford secured their financing before it all went real bad.
What does Grandpa Dan think about Dan's Pokemon revenue? I've talked to him. It's been a while. Like we cross paths at every holiday. We cross paths a little bit more than that when we meet up occasionally. But I've definitely, obviously, talked to him in the act of quitting my job and doing this full time, and he, I think he's interested in all of it, kind of fascinated, surprised by some of it, but definitely, just like my dad, supportive, and it's a wild ride. It's been crazy.
Yeah, I don't think he's. He still invests kind of in some single stocks that have done. Overall, they've done good. They've kind of done some crazy stuff lately. He's probably. We talk about him maybe not being as aggressive as he is, but he's made money in the stock market. He's got some decent stuff. Got a little bit of his house and stuff he built in 77. He still lives in it. That's worth. He built that for 80. It's probably worth 800. So that's done while he lived in it. While he raised us in it. So that's done good. As far as what Dan and we're doing, obviously it looks better all the time because it's doing when I point at the pallet and I tell him what's sitting up on top of the in that rack or whatever, it makes it sound better. If I was telling him it was half what we paid for it, it might not. Well, maybe you shouldn't have done that. So
and we'll be here in a year. We'll tell you how it's doing. We'll have another live stream. 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. We'll tell you. We'll follow. We're here a year later and it's way up. We would have been here. We will be here if and when it goes down to. But with that, I built up over 200K in Pokemon investments and then just started investing in the stocks in a Roth IRA last month. Now I'm obsessed with it. Definitely start investing in a Roth IRA at the very least. Yeah, I always talk about the buckets. Yeah. I always talk about all that, like opportunity cost. I have so many videos covering all these topics. UAP is going to go back and watch the first 3 hours. We've been live for 3 hours and 40 minutes. This is my longest live stream in not ever, but in a long time. Very much appreciate you, Dad, for being here, for coming. I assume he's spending the night at this point.
Yeah.
We're fully caught up though. I've had a good time. Whenever you want to do it again,
many people? Little Pizza. What?
70. It's come down some. We started at around 100 mostly. We've been trickling down. It's getting late. The school day tomorrow. It's a work day tomorrow, but appreciate everyone having been here. We got executed on prismatic executions. It was a good time though. We got some PC cards for me, for my dad. Some of these are gonna be on the pallet in the binders.
Picture. Here's have you seen Dan?
Oh god. I can think specifically of the
football game.
Yes.
And my brother was a bad influence, and we tailgated. We always got there, and we'd cook. We bring a bunch of stuff and cook, and Dan was drinking like there was going to be no drinking inside.
Well, I was a college kid.
10 or $12 beers.
I did 12
which
pack.
is cheap now because they were 18 at the Garden. At the last game we went, Dan came back with I just had a White Claw and Dan had whatever, and he come back and he goes, how much do you think that was? And I guessed, and it was two drinks was $36. But anyway, they were pre-gaming pretty hard. My brother and my brother's best friend, and they could both put some beers away. And my brother, every time he went, it didn't matter that a round was $36 for 3 beers, because he came there to have a good time, and I was driving home and I wasn't drinking, and so every time he came back a beer for him and his buddy Fitzy, he got one for Dan. Well, they were a little bit.
I was flying, he was buying.
Right.
I wasn't gonna not drink a free beer. I was in college.
So I don't know how many beers it was. I know God. it was 2 or 3 more than he probably wished he drank. I know that.
And they ended up in the parking lot.
But he got get rid of it in the parking lot. And then he made it. I think he slept most of it. It's 250 miles to home. I think he did all right. I told him we could stop. Some places have been a little harder to stop than others, get on the interstate and stuff. But we got back. My brother and his friend had a good laugh. So yeah, that was, I don't know how many it was.
He saw them go in and out.
So not all. I heard him. I don't think I really saw him. I heard him.
Well, I remember I did one right before we left, like in the parking lot, opened the door, left them on the parking lot, and then we headed out. Yeah, that was a good time.
It was for all the ones drinking, it was irresponsibly responsible.
Yeah, I had a DD, all the good stuff. I was a college kid. I was tailgating hard. I drank a 12-pack before we went in because I knew the beers were going to be expensive. My uncle was not afraid to buy the $12 beers. Question the saying of leaving a life for your children that's better than yours. How much longer do you think that's a possibility? Very good question. I think there's a lot of bad answers in today's day and age about it.
I think it's possible, and it's, I guess it's your definition of a better life. I think teaching them to live within your means. So you're not necessarily just because they like Dan will have, since I would probably get more money than me already. As far as leaving them with more money, I don't think that's necessarily maybe what you mean or whatever, but leaving them where they're secure. I think it's still possible. Is it harder? It's harder in certain ways, I think. Yeah, I don't know. It's I think it's still possible. I think it's different. And like I say, I don't think it's just say monetary. I think a lot of it right now, I think the living within your means is huge. And that's where I think, and it's tough. I had 2 kids, and then I was literally like physically, I like made sure we were done. Like that, and then some of that was just I guess I knew. I mean, I was gonna. We wanted to have kids and we wanted to have a family, and I knew there was obviously every time you add more children and stuff like that, it makes things you gotta take care of that, and like try to make them a better life. And so I think a lot of that comes into play. I've never been afraid of work. I'm still not. But like I say, it's teaching kids. I don't know, just basic. A lot of basics I think are more and more important with what's going on with everything. But I think there's still a lot of opportunities. And parents got to plan. The parents got to plan. I watch there's a lot of a lot of people like TikTok and stuff and hating on boomers because they had it so easy and hating on this generation. And, you know, they every generation. I don't try to. I guess I'm Gen X or whatever.
Victim mentality.
I don't have that. I asked Dan if we could talk about that, and I didn't want to get into too much the victim mentality and stuff. But yeah, I think it's different. I don't think it's not impossible. I think kids can do great. And you know, I think something like I say, just teaching them basics, and if they end up staying in the family home, maybe there'd be a little bit more people living. I think like maybe in China and stuff, they have generational, you know, living in the same household, and maybe there's you know, there's gonna be more of that, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. So I think it's like I say, I think it's just different. I think it can still be done. They just have to learn differently, and this AI thing obviously is going to change a bunch of stuff. That's something to think about. I think the basics and stuff are going to be more and more and more important.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, I am very grateful for the things my parents did for me. I think among all else, like my parents, I'm not ashamed of anything. My parents bought my first car. My parents taught me a lot of life lessons and valuable things like all the handiness that I have from my dad, and they gave me money towards my college. They paid for my room and board throughout, and they paid for some amount of the tuition, and they made me have skin in the game, and they made me take some loans to do my college educating. But the biggest thing is like they demonstrated showing what like a loving marriage and all that mushy gushy stuff. Like they instilled in me a lot of values just doing what they did. And like people very political, very divided on a lot of the what's best to do as far as our country in the future. Those things will always be up in the air, and I don't know what the answer is. But like, if you are a parent, if you bring kids into the world, just be two people that love each other and work hard. It's not easy. My dad talked earlier how, and I don't even know, like I don't know the dark, deep things of what they went through over the past 35 plus years. And my wife and I, we've been 15 years together, going on 10 years married. It's work, but like, do the work. Your kids, if you have them, your future kids, if you're gonna have them, are worth the work to make it. So yeah, leaving a life for your children that's better than yours, even if, and I don't buy into the whole, like, not to get political, I don't buy into the whole like the best years are behind us and things are going downhill. I think truly the future has more opportunity than the past. I think every year as a nation, and I know UAP and not everyone's in the US, but generally I think things get better year over year. But I truly believe the future has a lot more opportunity positively than like negative. So, and it's not directly a financial thing. It's a lot more layers than that. And my parents gave us, my wife's parents gave us a lot more than I could have ever hoped for, and I hope to give even more than that to my kids, and hope they do the same, and on and on. I know there was a lot of ranting there, but hopefully that made sense.
Well, there's a lot. There's a lot to you could talk about just that conversation. What you could do for your kids and what's too much, what's not enough, you know. And there's a lot of parents that do way too much, and it doesn't. There's parents that don't do enough and it hurts the kid, and there's parents that do way too much and it hurts the kid. There's a and then every kid's different. Every, you know, what you do for you, if you do the same thing for 4 kids, they don't all make the same of it. It's all everybody's still, you know, there's a lot of families that every kid gets the same opportunity, and they still don't all. It's not all the same every time.
Yeah, nature.
And it's not better. Where
nurture.
It's all. There's a lot. I wish I wasn't a fan of certain things in school. I'm more of a fan of, like, I guess, psychology and all that stuff. More understanding that better. There's a lot. There's a lot to, you know, the parent. The parent thing for me. We were young and we had kids and we had a couple more. And I actually am glad. I'm glad. My wife's still listening or not, but the best thing that ever happened was meeting her young, having kids young, getting married young. having a mortgage young, having a lot of responsibilities young. And I think this phone I would not want to have had. I definitely wouldn't want to have these phones growing up. I think they would have been just too much of a distraction. I just needed I needed work to keep work kept me distracted. So worked a lot of. I still do. I still work Saturdays. I look forward to a friend of mine texting me at night. Friday night, he's a crane operator. He's working actually out in Syracuse, building bridges and stuff. And then I look forward to on a Saturday, Friday night, he texts me that if there's anything going on, he'll work. So we meet for breakfast, 7:30, and we work on whatever. And he don't care what it is. This guy's like a very talented welder, mechanic, crane operator, could do anything very well financial. And I think he looks forward to us getting together and working on different projects on Saturday. And I always say every Saturday we work in the garage for 7 or 8 hours. Is you're ahead what you made on that Saturday, and you're ahead of twice because you didn't spend nothing. And I worked a lot of Saturdays, a lot of nights. It's the attitude of what you want to leave. How much you want to do. Parents are kind of responsible to, not for just giving everything to the kid, but definitely making sure if you have a kid together, like, you're responsible for doing everything you can to help them.
Yeah. Well,
even if it's as good as you did, or even if it's not as good, even if you had it, maybe your parents were, maybe they are tougher for you, or you're dealing with different stuff. So, but still do the best you can for them.
Yeah. Raising kids that are enabled, not entitled. That's a big thing that's been on my mind.
Or anything. Man is a true sailor. Wise man.
One thing that blows my mind with my dad is he was born in 48. He saw us go to the moon at 21, and now we have today's technology. What's Dad's pinch me moment of the past versus now from us life? One thing that I'll say, maybe it's getting a little bit too political, I don't know, but I'm on my 6th IPA, so.
Uh-oh.
We went to the moon in 1969. Even Stevens taught me that. We live in a world today where we have the power, the information of everything in our pockets. And some people don't believe that. Some people think the world is flat. Some people think we didn't go to the moon in 1969. It's scary. I don't know how much that applies to the question, but I'll pass the question to you. What was Dad's pinch me moment of the past versus now from U.S. life? Not
I think
life.
With all the information that's available to us now is trying to decipher what's real. I think that's the scary. I think that's the hard thing. I mean, we had information in the past. We didn't have all this information right here in front of us on screens and on our phones. You get so much information, and then you find out, what of it. That my biggest thing is now you have to kind of decipher what is real and stuff. That's kind of a scary thing. There's a pinch me moment.
AI.
As far as what people believe, there's always been conspiracy. Never been a big conspiracy theorist, that type of thing. I know what's real and what's not, and in some cases, I see I'm not going to get into, the flat earthers and the globers and this and that and all that, and it's like, at some point, my thought is I get on them and I see them and they're back and forth and the people that believe in the globe are so stupid, and my thing is like we're actually have technology where you literally can rent a couple guys. And these guys, some of these people that believe it, which if maybe they're right. I'm not even going to say they're 100%. They're probably wrong. But my thing is, you can literally you go to the bathroom again. You can literally like charter a jet and go and check on the theory. I just don't know if you do believe in flat Earth, I would say get a bunch of people together, and there's jets. I watch people rent jets to go to birthday parties for $180,000. Go on TikTok and look up this jet, this company. And you can rent a jet right now that'll leave Syracuse in the next hour, and they'll fly you anywhere in the world. Well, I if that's the case, get me I'll go for a ride. I'll bring the cameras, whatever. Let's go take some pictures. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not. It's just thinking that things are a certain way, and some things you can prove and some you can't, and whatever. And if it's something you absolutely can't prove either way, I guess, or you're not going to take the money or time to do it, don't have it be like you're, something that affects the rest of your life, I guess. Oh, Dan's switching beers. He's out of the voodoo. I'm
digging deep into the back of the fridge.
I was just saying that I watched. If you are a flat, and that's just one thing, one of those conspiracy theories that you could maybe debunk. I think they've done it, but anyway. Some people's in the round earth. I am too.
Colt is around.
But I would say if these group of people, and there's a lot of them, and I think a lot of them have money, and a lot of them they're not. I don't know what the reason is. I mean, some of them are. I think some just to do it to get people to just because it gets you, hits on videos and stuff. You can make money. But some people seriously believe it, and I would say prove it because you can. Just with a nice little simple little airplane, fly out there and show us the edge.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that was the answer to the question.
Dan's bladder is 60 years older than him. Once I break the seal, I was proud of myself. I had 4 IPAs before I had to go to the bathroom, but now it's going to be once per.
Oh, somebody said something about they're talking about, you can't see the curve. I think you
tell my U.S. family why they can't see the curve when they fly. Go to Florida. There's certain parts in Florida where you can see 60 miles, however many miles over the horizon. You can see the tops of the buildings, and I'm not a great person at geography.
I'll have to ask. I got a friend I actually got a friend. Not a friend. He's he's a commander at the local DFW, and he's a pilot. He literally flies every week out of New York City and this and that. I'll have to ask him. I asked him some questions about different. I actually flew a little plane a little bit, so I never got real high in the air, so I couldn't tell you. But imagine a pilot, any pilot. I don't think any pilots today believe it. Even guys that sharpshooters shooting out over a mile or give or take
shooter
are
Mark
literally.
Wahlberg.
I think they're adjusting for it. I believe
the Coriolis effect. Yeah.
So, like I said, not to get on all that. I don't. Maybe like I say, hopefully it is flat. I don't care. I'm not gonna argue with it, but either way, you can solve all your problems.
3 a.m. pizza can definitely solve most problems.
Drunk finally. I don't know. I don't think.
I wouldn't operate a motor vehicle or heavy equipment, but
2 more hours.
I'm fine.
I'm in. So whenever. Keep the questions keep coming.
UAP says equality and opportunity, but not necessarily outcomes. Teach children to recognize their strengths and weaknesses.
Absolutely.
Always look to what they don't have or can't get, but recognize what they have. Yeah, again, not everyone, and it's crazy because one thing I always say is I had what I had. I'm not ashamed of it. I had exactly what I had, nothing more, nothing less. There are people in life, millions of them, that had more than I had that will have done less by the time they die. And there are millions and maybe tens of millions that had less and that did more than I will do by the time that I die. But some of that is very subjective. More. What does more mean? More monetarily, more it's all very subjective. It all depends on what your goals are in life, and my goals generally are have a good time, be a good person, be a good father, brother, be a good neighbor, be a good uncle, be a good, hopefully someday, grandfather, be a good grandson, be a good all those things. That's getting really deep here. We're IPAs deep at 1 a.m. We're talking about the meaning of life here. Yeah, I don't know what the whole meaning of life is, but just be a good person, do good things, try to put positivity out into the world. there's been times over my 4-year history on YouTube that it's just like, who are you and what are you doing here? Why are you leaving those comments on these videos? Like please, I beg of you to go find someone, someplace, something that you can bring more positivity towards. And generally speaking, at this point, 60 people watching, viewership's down. We've kind of not that people 2 hours ago were like didn't want to be here and we're negative, but we're getting down. We're getting down more to like the people who more they're here for a reason. They want to be here. It's sad. It's sad. All the things out there that people would ever be somewhere that they don't want to be, that they're bringing negativity towards and all that stuff. I know most of that wasn't even applicable to the statement, but what do you think on that? Equality and opportunity, but not necessarily outcomes.
Yeah, definitely teach them what they get. I mean, kids, every kid, a lot of kids learn differently. Yeah, definitely work with their strengths and weaknesses. Tell them they don't need to hear. They hear a lot of negativity. They don't need to hear that, or just maybe try to offset it for them. Don't worry about like what other people have that you, like you said, that you maybe can't get or can't have or whatever. Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities. Uh, Obviously, not the same for all kids and stuff.
This one is crazy. Like AI is making insane videos with audio now, going to get
That's scary.
crazier.
That's scary. That's scary stuff.
I remember years ago when I was still like doing Facebook, and I had friends, I had family members that were sharing videos, that were sharing things a decade ago that were like demonstrably false. Demonstrably like on the at the risk of like getting political, talking on fake news and this and that. I remember a decade ago when people were falling for just absolute trash, horrible, like fake news type stuff. In these days, I'm not overly engaged in like the broader internet space, but I occasionally go on Reddit. I occasionally like dig into there. It's scary. It's scary to think what people will see and what people will, again, what was the quote? This channel's a documentary, not a sermon. So many people will just see things and take them as like, this happened. This is gospel. This is truth. This is reality. It is so scary to think like where we're going to be in 50 years, 100 years. And I don't know. I'm generally optimistic, bullish on the long term of humanity, but also there's like scary factors at play too. Anything to add on that?
No, the AI stuff is definitely scary, but the maybe less just the screen time and stuff maybe will help with that a little bit, but it definitely affecting a lot of what's going on. I wouldn't have wanted it. I'm glad this didn't happen back when this wasn't going on like it is right now when I was younger. I would have been distracted too much by it.
Herb Lore says, "What's the bev count at?" I'm on my 6th Voodoo Ranger. I have a Blue Moon on standby, but I haven't gotten into it yet.
Oh, I'm on. I have one.
Radar actually has a fantastic question.
What?
Why didn't we call your dad to go deeper into Van Goghs? So at the time, so I'm gonna set the stage. October 2024, I believe. I had enough liquidity in my bank account to personally buy like 2 of these. This case was 48 grand. The guy we bought it from had, Don, what did he have? 8 of them or 6 of them? Obviously hindsight's easy. I kicked myself, but I called a few people. I'm not gonna name names. I called a few people, and nobody was bullish. We were trying to buy them at like 10% premium to market, and the only person that could get to buy in with me was John Radar. I bought half that case. He bought the other half, and we've made a lot of money. Video coming in the next couple weeks. But had I called you, if I just called my dad and said like, "Hey, Dad, 50 grand, we're gonna make money," he would have been like, "Yes, do it." And we would have turned 15 to 100. We would have turned 15 to 150. But I was dumb. I didn't do it. Hindsight's easy. Um, it is what it is. But in the coming weeks, I'll make a video on that play, how it went. There were 8 cases total. We split one, so I bought half of a case out of 8. They were offering 8 cases to us. If machines learn to express our emotions better than we do, are they becoming sentient or just showing us we never were? Bolt's getting way too deep here. I don't know. I love like The Matrix, Black Mirror. I recently watched Subservience. There's so many iRobot. There's so many videos on like the potential future risks of AI and robotics, and it's a little scary, but it's also a little like interesting, exciting. I hope I live for another 50 plus years to see where things go. You don't have to answer that, Dan.
What was that?
What I just said.
Not sure if they. I don't know. I guess that would be if. Are they expressing their emotions better? Or I mean, it's most never were what for expressing their emotions.
Yeah.
They're doing it better. I guess it's mimicking emotions, or I don't know.
We're getting too deep.
That's getting deep.
Yeah.
Finally, value some cards based on the art.
I saw that. I
don't
think
know
it
how to
was
do it.
actually. I think it was
Just like look at random ones and see if I think they're worth more by the way they look.
yeah, Graham Stephan. Like Graham Stephan, the Iced Coffee Hour, they had Gary Vee on, and he said that your grandchildren will marry an AI.
Hmm.
But I don't know if he was
My
talking to your
grandchildren?
generation or my
Or
maybe my kids.
maybe their grandchildren.
But he said your like
Oh,
I don't
think
know if you
people are
watched.
already.
It's on Amazon or it's on Netflix or Amazon, one of them. Subservience. It was like a similar to iRobot. You watched
Yeah.
iRobot, didn't you?
Oh, I think people. I don't think it's going to be our grandchildren. I don't think necessarily want to say what they mean by marry. I guess you piece of paper, whatever. But I think people are already dependent on they could serve it. There's, I think they already have that. Some like business people don't have time for like relationships. Some of that stuff's kind of coming true already.
Yeah, definitely not a 24-hour live stream, but we're already at 4 hours. This is great. This is in like the upper echelon.
Oh,
I've seen her. I've seen Ex Machina. I've seen iRobot. I've seen The Matrix. I've seen Subservience. There's a lot of movies in that same vein. Please don't let Basic Trainer call in because then this will end up being another 24 hours.
what's that?
He's known for doing way too long of live streams. I think we're gonna wrap up pretty soon. It's 1:10 a.m. here on the East Coast. You can know every single scientific fact about colors. You can never teach what it's like seeing it. That's a good statement. It's not a question, but yeah, it's you can't teach the experience of like what colors are. You can talk about wavelengths. You can talk about
color would be obviously someone that's never or seen teaching someone that can't see. I guess
can't see.
Yeah, teach it. Yeah, they've never seen a color. But there is some people that have got certain senses that there's ways to teach certain things, but I don't think. Yeah. without actually seeing a color.
I think we're gonna call it there. I very much appreciate everyone hanging out. We're at 1:10 a.m. Eastern. I haven't even finished the 6th tropic course, so I'm not gonna chug the Blue Moon yet. But I think we're gonna call it there. If you ever want to come back, we'll have
I'll
another Dad Dan live stream. But yeah, cheers to you, Colt. Cheers to you, Zach, Gengar, Driver, Brody, President, everyone here, UAP, everyone that was here making this a good live stream. We couldn't have done this without you. Hope to shake Dad's hand one day. I will try to get him.
I'll go.
Whether it's Cleveland, whether it's New Jersey, I don't know where, when. I will broadcast it. When it happens, I will broadcast it, though. It will happen. We will talk about it. Appreciate everyone watching. We will catch you all later.
Yeah.